Damn dirty.
Albert Breer in his snippets yesterday on SI wrote, I confirmed Mike Silver's report that the Browns got trade offers for Dillon Gabriel on the Saturday morning of draft weekend, which essentially confirms the interested teams were prepared to take him in the fourth.
Dillon Gabriel's job security just flew out the window faster than a fan ditching the stadium during a blowout.
Guys, we are finally back with some more Cleveland Browns training camp following their first preseason game in Carolina, and that means we got to see some more Shedeur Sanders. And man, did he look good in his first preseason action, and that means that it's time to give Shedeur more reps.
After Shedeur Sanders lit up the Panthers like he was running a Madden simulation on rookie mode, the rumors started swirling like crazy. Everyone's asking, was that the game that sealed Dillon's fate, or just another dose of NFL drama on max volume? Because this isn't just football anymore. This is primetime chaos.
And the reason I'm excited is because this is what we've been waiting. We have been waiting for this type of energy, right? Dillon Gabriel.
It's a full-blown soap opera with helmets, pads, and egos crashing harder than linebackers on blitz plays. Dillon Gabriel's Cleveland chapter might already be turning into one of those Netflix series that ends too soon.
Exception that he was overdrafted in the third round. Okay. How did the idea that he could go that high fly under the radar? Question mark. I've heard Gabriel crushed his meetings with teams, and many saw his floor as a result as a long-term back.
Canceled before the main character even figures out the plot twist. And the star stealing the spotlight? None other than Shedeur Sanders, the man, the myth, the quarterback Cleveland didn't just want, they needed.
So the Cleveland reporters finally asked Dillon Gabriel the narrative that's been spinning around his name. You know, he processed the information completely better than.
After what he did to Carolina in his starting debut, fans are talking statues, murals, and street names before he's even finished moving in. It's almost poetic, except instead of love songs and sunsets, it's touchdowns, roaring crowds, and the tragic sound of Dillon Gabriel's trade value crashing faster than a dropped phone in the toilet.
I mean, he's really short, so
Well,
I don't
what
think
is-
any
now,
teams
wait,
really
hold-
thought that he was going to...
They said the floor was a long-term back.
I guess
Yeah.
I don't... What's the controversy here?
Wait a minute. Now, I know he was the first overall pick. Kyler Murray's real short, too.
Yeah.
I mean, can we be somewhat respectful of the guy's height at some point? I'm sick and tired of talking about the guy's height all the time. Yes, I know he's not tall.
Kyler Murray, I think, is way more talented than Dillon Gabriel.
The Browns handed Shedeur the reins, and he didn't just play, he performed. He pulled up like, remember my name? And left the Panthers looking like they accidentally skipped defensive practice all week. This wasn't just a win. It was a masterclass in how to take someone's job in one unforgettable afternoon.
That's what we're going to see, too. The look test in the NFL. What's he look like in a pocket? Is he going to get swallowed up when people are around him to where he can't see down the field, right? That's where Shedeur Sanders plays big in the pocket. He plays bigger than his size, and he's got a magical way of finding the right spot within the pocket and the soft spot to make throws down the field. So that's why you like him there. But, man, I'm interested, too, how this plays out, right? I really am. I mean, and Dillon Gabriel, how healthy is he with the hamstring and all of that? And will they start?
Dillon Gabriel's been grinding all offseason, scrapping through drills, pushing through practices, trying to prove to everyone that he's still got some gas left in the tank.
Appears to be either Dillon Gabriel week or Kenny Pickett week. And I'm not sure which one, and I'm not sure how excited I am about one of those weeks, but mildly intrigued about the Dillon Gabriel week, if that's what this is.
I just thought we were going to continue on with Shedeur Sanders week.
I think I'm good after yesterday.
Which was going to turn into Shedeur Sanders.
But here's the truth. Shedeur Sanders just proved his engine's a Tesla battery, while Dillon's running on the flickering reserve light of a 1998 Honda Civic.
What do you expect to see from Dillon Gabriel? All accounts are that he is going to play in this game. What are you looking for from him specifically?
Not much. And for context and to be fair, I had a 7th round grade on Dillon Gabriel and a late first, early 2nd round grade on Shador. And I think if Shador had been drafted in the 3rd round and Dillon Gabriel in the 5th, that will give the Browns an opportunity to only keep 3 quarterbacks. I think they.
You can fight all you want in training camp, but when the lights go bright and 70,000 fans are locked in, the real quarterback shows up. And let's be real, Dillon didn't pass that test because the Browns front office is suddenly acting real friendly with other teams on the phone. And they're not even being slick about it. Word's out. Cleveland is officially listening to trade offers for Dillon Gabriel, which in NFL talk means we'll deny it at the press conference. But if your offer's solid and maybe you throw in some snacks, we'll talk. This isn't a we believe in both guys storyline anymore. This is Shedur's the future, Dillon's the past, and the Browns are basically whispering, please somebody take him before the bye week.
Again, I know, like, Shedeur Sanders was really good the other day. It wasn't perfect to start, but as a rookie to start the first preseason game of the year, you got to give like a little slack there. That's not easy. He overcame some stuff there and did really well.
Now let's talk about the game that set this fire off. Shedeur Sanders, in his first year, first start, walked in like a veteran who's been running the show for a decade. Composure? Check. Accuracy? Check. Style and confidence that made the Panthers' secondary look like they were rehearsing for a blooper reel? Double check. He wasn't just hitting passes, he was slicing defenses like a surgeon with perfect timing. Every drop back had the crowd on edge, waiting for magic, and most of the time, boom, he delivered. It was command, charisma, and pure quarterback energy on full display. Meanwhile, Dillon Gabriel is on the sideline looking like a guy who just realized his Netflix password got changed mid-episode. He fought through camp, took every rep seriously, grinded through the sweat and pressure, and now he's stuck watching Shedeur Sanders turn his position into a personal mixtape of highlight throws. It's like spending weeks getting ready for a big date, only for your roommate to drop one line and walk out with your reservation. Brutal, but credit where it's due, Shedeur earned it.
He has earned them. He showed that he was a first-round level talent out there, not a fifth-rounder. The whole thing has just been beyond ridiculous at this point. He is a first-round level talent that teams just did not want to take a chance on. They didn't want to deal with him and everything that came with his brand. And now after that performance, he has the entire world talking.
Taking over a team like the Browns ain't for the faint-hearted. Cleveland fans have seen so many quarterbacks roll through town, they don't even bother learning names anymore. They just say, yeah, that's the guy, for now. But Shedeur's debut, that didn't just win a game, it gave Cleveland hope again. That's basically a miracle in itself. We're talking water into wine level stuff for a fan base that's been through decades of heartbreak. And the front office? Oh, they see it. They can't keep pretending this is still a quarterback competition when it's clear who's running the show. Shedeur isn't just the first choice. He's the only choice that makes sense right now. Dillon Gabriel isn't bad. He's just standing next to a guy who makes good look like a participation trophy. Cleveland's mind is made up, no question about it. If that phone rings with the right offer, Dillon might be packing his bags before he finishes his post-practice Gatorade. Even the defense is buzzing now because they know the offense finally has a dude who can keep them off the field. It's like when a new hotshot walks into the office and suddenly the boss starts asking them for opinions while you're sitting there clutching last month's coffee order. You just know the shift's happened. And let's be honest, Shedeur didn't stumble into this spot, he owned it. His rookie performance wasn't just solid, it was the kind of tape that makes defensive coordinators sit up at 2 a.m., rewatching every snap like, how do we even stop this kid? Shedeur Sanders was reading coverages like he had the Panthers playbook hidden in his sock. Cool as ever, like the game was running in slow motion for him. The man looked like he was out there vibing to smooth jazz while dropping absolute bombs downfield. Those deep passes? Straight up postcards to the Carolina secondary that said, wish you weren't here. It was surgical, smooth, and savage all at once. Meanwhile, Dillon Gabriel is stuck in a tough spot, and it's getting awkward fast. Because after watching Shedeur pick apart Carolina like it was a high school scrimmage, most teams are thinking, why trade for Dillon when we can just draft our own Shedeur next year? Tough logic, but that's the league. Still, the N.F.L. runs on hope, and quarterbacks are like rare trading cards. Even the ones with a few scratches still catch someone's eye. There's always a coach somewhere thinking, I can fix him if I just get him into my system. That's probably why the Browns front office can't stop smiling every time the phone rings. They know this is their chance to flip Gabriel while there's still some shine left on his name. And Cleveland fans? Oh, they've already picked their favorite. Social media is a Shedeur Sanders love fest right now. Highlight reels everywhere, fan edits going viral, and even photoshopped pics of him hoisting the Lombardi trophy. The man's been in the league for 5 minutes, and Browns Nation's already planning the parade route. Meanwhile, poor Dillon's become meme material, and not the funny kind. When your name starts trending for reasons other than football, that's when you know it's rough. Now, to be clear, Dillon Gabriel's NFL journey isn't over, but it's about to get a lot more scenic, as in, he might be seeing a bunch of different stadiums, from the visitor's locker room. Because, let's face it, Shedeur didn't just win the quarterback battle, he dominated it on the biggest stage. It wasn't even close. And the Browns? They're way past making sentimental roster calls. They've been burned too many times to play nice now. Will the Browns actually pull the trigger before the trade deadline? Will some desperate team call in with a half-decent offer, toss in a couple of draft picks, and hit Dillon Gabriel with the classic, "We still believe in you" pep talk? Or is he stuck in Cleveland, watching Shedeur Sanders shine from 10 yards away, like a guy at a party awkwardly watching his ex laugh with her new man? Either way, let's be real, the message is loud and clear. This is Shedeur's team now, and everyone else is just renting space.
Passes, you feel me? But there is something that you have to consider here. Shedeur is known to be the more accurate quarterback, and he was always running for his life. That's something you have to think about. He did not have the same offensive lines that Dillon Gabriel actually had.
For anyone still clinging to the "it's an open quarterback battle" fantasy, bad news. When a rookie steps in, lights up the scoreboard, and turns your offense into a walking highlight reel while you're standing on the sideline with a clipboard, that's not competition, that's a takeover. The Browns aren't hiding it anymore. Succession is in motion, and Shedeur is the face of the future. Cleveland's got their guy, the Panthers got humiliated, and Dillon Gabriel, he's got decisions to make, and probably some boxes to start packing. If you're expecting some heartwarming comeback story where Gabriel magically wins back the starting job, you're dreaming. This isn't a fairy tale, it's the N.F.L. And in this league, when the hot hand shows up, the old one gets shown the door. No hesitation. Shedeur Sanders didn't just win a game, he won everything. The locker room, the fan base, and the future of the franchise are now his. Gabriel might still have a locker, but the writing's already on the wall, and it's in bold, all caps. Shedeur is QB1, period. And honestly, that's probably for the best, because nothing screams welcome to the league like walking in, stealing someone's job in your first start, and making it look effortless. Imagine being Dillon Gabriel right now. The man grinded all offseason, gave every ounce in camp, sweating through reps and speeches about earning it, and now his biggest highlight of the year might end up in a YouTube compilation titled NFL QB Controversies, The Lost Star Edition. All those cold tubs, all those long nights, all that I'm here to compete energy. And for what? Just to watch Shedeur Sanders stroll in, launch missiles against Carolina, and turn him into yesterday's newspaper. It's brutal, but that's the league. Talent and swagger talk louder than effort and hope. And swagger? That's what really separates them. Dillon held his own in drills, sure, but you can't fake presence. And Shedeur's got it in spades. He walks into the huddle like he's ordering a 5-star dinner. Calm, cool, and completely in command. That first N.F.L. pass looked like it came from a guy who's been throwing touchdowns since he was in diapers. Meanwhile, poor Dillon's probably on the bench, wondering if it's too late to pick up golf, because Shedeur just made his job look like a distant memory. You could feel the stadium shift the moment Shedeur Sanders stepped onto that field. The energy flipped instantly. Fans were buzzing before he even threw a single pass. And after that first touchdown, oh, it was a wrap. Browns fans were losing their minds, ready to change their fantasy team names on the spot. They've seen flashes of hope before, sure, but this was different. This wasn't luck, this was domination. The Panthers' defense looked like they were trying to stop him using a roll of paper towels, completely outmatched. Up in those fancy executive suites, you just know the Browns' front office was exchanging looks like, well, I guess we just found our quarterback. But here's the twist. Solving the quarterback problem for Shedeur created a brand new one for Dillon Gabriel. The trade rumors aren't whispers anymore. They're practically glowing neon on billboards. Of course, Cleveland won't say it out loud. They'll hide behind the usual no comment lines and pretend everything's fine, but come on, we know what's happening. The league's full of desperate general managers convincing themselves they can fix struggling quarterbacks if they just get them into the right system. It's the NFL version of buying a beat-up car, because you swear you can fix it up and make it shine again. Sometimes it works, but most of the time, the mechanic ends up making more money than the driver. Still, Gotta give Gabriel some respect. The man hasn't folded. He's still showing up, still grinding, still taking every rep like it's his shot to flip the narrative. But the issue is, Shedeur isn't giving him a single inch of breathing room. Every perfect throw Shedeur launches just widens that gap even more. Every touchdown is another nail in the coffin of what they're still pretending is a quarterback competition. And at this point, competition is just a polite word for formality. The truth's out. Cleveland has made their decision loud and clear. Shedeur isn't just the first choice. He's the only choice that makes sense if they want to build something real. He's the future of the franchise, and everybody knows it. As for Dillon Gabriel, he's just hoping the next jersey he wears comes with a solid cafeteria, a friendly coaching staff, and maybe a halfway decent win-loss record. This is the Huddle HQ. If you love the drama, don't forget to like, subscribe, share, and drop a comment below. And I'll see you on the next one.
Quindi i reporter di Cleveland hanno finalmente chiesto a Dillon Gabriel il racconto che si è creato attorno al suo nome. Sai, ha elaborato le informazioni molto meglio degli altri.
Dillon Gabriel ha appena scoperto che il merchandising di Shedeur Sanders è andato esaurito più velocemente dei biglietti omaggio per Beyoncé. E ora è decisamente arrabbiato, come se qualcuno gli avesse rubato l'offerta Nil e il pranzo contemporaneamente. Questa non è più solo una rivalità, è un vero e proprio crollo del merchandising. Come ha fatto Shador a passare dall'essere un quarterback a un'icona della moda, mentre le magliette di Dillon sono lì a prendere polvere come vecchi DVD di successo?
La domanda è: vuoi sempre dei risultati? Ma penso che più di ogni altra cosa siano risultati costanti. Quindi se non hai un processo a cui affidarti, allora sai, stai lasciando che sia il caso a fare le cose, o forse è più incostante che avere un processo solido. E naturalmente sai come va il football. Ci sono molti aspetti positivi, ci saranno anche degli aspetti negativi, ma c'è anche qualcosa di cui essere orgogliosi del proprio processo, del modo in cui si lavora, del modo in cui lo si affronta. E per me penso che se costruisca quel processo e si vogliono vedere i risultati, arriveranno, che bisogna sapere che, come ho appena detto, è un'attività basata sui risultati, quindi bisogna farlo. Ed è per questo che diciamo sempre che non ci sono scuse.
Si tratta di un marchio di gioco, o forse di quel perfetto sfumato che Shador sta sfoggiando. Qualunque cosa sia, questa faida tra quarterback è appena passata dal campo al mondo della moda, e gli ego vengono duramente affrontati. Immagina questa scena. Dillon Gabriel, la star dell'Oklahoma, diventata un'anatra dell'Oregon, che fissa il suo telefono come se gli avesse appena detto che il suo movimento di lancio ha bisogno di una terapia. I titoli sono spietati, i numeri anche peggiori. L'abbigliamento di Shedeur Sanders è scomparso più velocemente dei biglietti per il Coachella in una crisi di mezza età, mentre il merchandising di Dillon giace solitario in un magazzino da qualche parte accanto a vecchi B-Babies e Gatorade scaduti. Non doveva andare così. Dillon aveva l'hype, il trasferimento, il copione e quella brillantezza da influencer di Instagram Ema, anche se metà dei suoi follower sono bot di Jakarta.
Mi dispiace per Dillon Gabriel. Non importa cosa faccia quest'uomo a Cleveland. Non importa cosa, sarà sempre messo in ombra da Shedeur Sanders finché ci saranno entrambi. Non mi interessa se scende in campo e vince il posto da titolare. Ha giocato una brutta partita. Indovina cosa diranno. Indovina cosa diranno i media. Shedeur dovrebbe giocare. Metti Shador in gioco. Gabriel è stato scelto 2 round prima di Shador. 2 round prima di lui. Voglio dire, non sarebbe dovuto succedere, ma 2 round prima di lui. E arriverà, e non c'è possibilità al mondo che sia più in alto di Shador nella classifica di profondità.
Ha lasciato cadere il suo merchandising come se dovesse essere la collaborazione Nike Off-White del football universitario. Invece, è stato un fiasco più grande di una felpa con cappuccio di una stazione di servizio dopo un temporale. Poi arriva Shedeur Sanders, l'uomo, il mito, la leggenda in divenire, figlio di coach Prime che trasuda sicurezza e sfoggia più spavalderia di un amico del mondo delle criptovalute a un summit tecnologico. Ma diciamocelo, non ha solo lanciato un merchandising, ha lanciato un movimento. Felpe con cappuccio in edizione limitata, cappellini snapback con abbastanza sicurezza da pretendere un accordo, nil e magliette che sostanzialmente urlano sono meglio del tuo quarterback e il tuo terapista è d'accordo. La linea di Shador non si è semplicemente venduta, è evaporata e è andata esaurita in pochi minuti. Nel frattempo Dillon, diciamo solo che sua madre ha comprato 2 felpe con cappuccio, per pietà, e poi ha chiesto un rimborso. Si può sentire la frustrazione di Dillon irradiarsi attraverso il wifi. È come se avesse appena scoperto che la sua squadra fantasy aveva scelto 4 kicker e un punter. L'uomo ha provato di tutto. Ha posato con il merchandising, ha colpito lo smolder, ha pubblicato un TikTok in playback con Drake e ha lanciato il suo miglior sguardo da QB1 e...
La situazione del QB dei Cleveland Browns è assolutamente strana. È molto molto strana. Ma è anche strana questa notizia su Shedeur Sanders nella CFL. I Toronto Argonauts della CFL hanno aggiunto Shedeur Sanders alla loro lista di trattativa. Secondo TSN, I Browns hanno scelto Shedeur Sanders, ma nel caso in cui Sanders decidesse di cogliere l'opportunità di giocare nella CFL, gli Argonauts hanno la prima scelta per acquisirlo. È folle! È assolutamente ridicolo.
Ma indovina un po', l'unica cosa che è diventata virale è stata la sezione commenti ed è stata brutale. Ora parliamo di design, perché il merchandising di Shador sembra essere stato ideato dallo stesso Virgil Abloh dopo una serata a Miami. È streetwear con uno stile spavaldo che si flette senza nemmeno provarci. Quello di Dylan, invece, sta tenendo incontri di incoraggiamento al liceo, seminari assicurativi regionali. Una delle sue magliette dice letteralmente grinta e determinazione in Comic Sans. Da qualche parte un grafico è appena svenuto nel suo caffè. E non si tratta solo di vestiti. Si tratta di branding. Shador è il marchio. Entra in una stanza e il segnale wifi diventa più forte. Lui parla e gli occhiali da sole compaiono sui volti delle persone. Non tiene conferenze stampa. Organizza red carpet. Nel frattempo, Dylan è qui fuori a cercare di farsi notare, come il figlio di mezzo a una riunione di famiglia. E sono presentate 5 persone e 2 erano i suoi account usa e getta. Una delle fan di Dylan si è rivelata essere una nonnina confusa che cercava solo di fare una videochiamata con il suo cane. E qualcuno nei commenti ha chiesto chi fosse questo quarterback. Internet non lo ha solo preso in giro, lo ha fritto nel profondo.
Quarterback esordiente che dovrebbe partire titolare per la sua squadra, sarebbe. Ragazzi, Shedeur Sanders, questa è una cosa ovvia. Aspetta, Gio, voglio che tu prenda appunti. Dal 2000 ci sono stati solo 6 quarterback titolari di una partita alti meno di 1,80 m. Ecco, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, TJ Walker, il centro Wallace e Doug Flutie. Esatto. Quindi per me, anche se Bill Gabriel ha vinto al terzo round, fare partire Shedeur Sanders, farei lasciamolo combattere sul campo, ma per me Shedeur Sanders ha un fisico da professionista migliore e un potenziale maggiore. Prometto che...
Il mercato del merchandising ha parlato forte e chiaro. Vogliamo Shador, non un test contato con una citazione motivazionale che sembra uscita da un distributore automatico. Alcuni dicono che Dylan se l'è presa sul personale, altri dicono che se l'è presa troppo sul personale. Negli spogliatoi si vocifera che abbia iniziato a presentarsi agli allenamenti con l'abbigliamento completo di Shador, felpa con cappuccio, cappellino, tutto il necessario sostenendo che era per la ricerca. Certo, amico, ma i compagni di squadra giurano di averlo beccato a fare autografi con una S in più nel nome, come se si stesse comportando come un Sanders. Poi è arrivato il rebranding. Dylan ha provato a trasformarlo in DG, la doppia minaccia. Ha persino pubblicato un video musicale con tanto di macchine del fumo e palloni da football al rallentatore. Ma un fan ha commentato: comprerai la maglietta solo per pulire la mia macchina.
Cioè, che razza di salto, il lungo alla Carl Lewis stiamo facendo qui? Hanno fatto un salto di qualità per rovinargli la carriera. Ecco quanto sono diabolici i Browns. Hanno fatto un salto di qualità per poter dire: andiamo alla famiglia Sanders, glielo faremo vedere. Faremo finire la palla a terra. Che sta dicendo molto chiaramente a chiunque abbia un briciolo di buonsenso è che quando hanno lasciato l'edificio venerdì sera non pensavano che lui sarebbe stato lì al quinto round. Avevano già il loro quarterback. Ovviamente non avrebbero preso in considerazione l'idea di prenderne un altro.
Nel frattempo, i portachiavi di Shador venivano venduti a $50 l'uno e i fan facevano la fila come se fosse il Black Friday. È diventato tutto così folle. E si dice che una donna abbia scambiato la fede nuziale con un berretto Shedeur e suo marito non ha nemmeno discusso. Ho capito, disse. Questa è lealtà. Nel frattempo, Dylan era qui fuori a organizzare delle lotterie. Compra una maglietta e vince una chiamata FaceTime personale. Ha finito per fare di nuovo una videochiamata con sua cugina, che ha riattaccato a metà per rispondere a una chiamata dal suo dentista. E mentre Dylan si dava da fare per farsi cliccare, per farsi compatire, Shedeur Sanders era impegnato a vivere la vita da superstar rinunciando a collaborazioni con giocatori NBA, ottenendo copertine di riviste e presumibilmente rifiutando un reality show perché non si adattava al suo stile.
Ora parleremo di football vero. 2 quarterback di terza fascia dici, giusto? Shador o Dylan? Fossi il proprietario da ora in poi. Se fossi il proprietario. Ovunque si parla di una scelta al quinto giro del draft, quindi voi dite che se sono uguali al terzo perché dovrei tenere la scelta al terzo giro? Posso trovarlo ovunque. Nessuno parla di Dylan. Io parlo della parte commerciale. Il quinto giro che ho ottenuto, il quinto giro che ho, se ne parla ovunque. Lui è una nuova icona, un tipo giovane e umile, e per parlare sul serio.
L'estetica di Shador è semplice. 70% Atene d'oro, 30% minio senza sforzo. L'uomo brilla come se fosse nato in una pubblicità di gioielli. Dylan ha cercato di rispondere nel solo modo che conosceva, con il cuore. Ha fatto questo emozionante discorso nello spogliatoio sulla fratellanza, la perseveranza e su come non si tratti di chi vende più felpe con cappuccio, si tratta di chi dà tutto sul campo. È stato toccante, è stato profondo. Alcuni giocatori si sono commossi. Poi sono usciti tutti e hanno comprato i calzini Shador. Capisci che è andata male quando persino il ragazzo dell'acqua ti passa accanto indossando le ciabatte Shador. Il suo merchandising, le calze Shador, ora vengono vendute online a 5 volte il prezzo originale. Una felpa con cappuccio Shador usata è appena stata venduta su eBay per $400 e le scuse autografate da un tifoso dell'Alabama. Nel frattempo, le magliette di Dylan vengono usate come accendini per il portellone posteriore. Quindi Dylan ha cambiato di nuovo direzione, presentando il suo nuova linea. Eredità in corso? Sembra motivazionale, vero? Sembra qualcosa progettato da una matricola che ha appena scoperto Canva.
Prima di tutto, non odio Dillon Gabriel. Quando lo valuti come quarterback nella National Football League, dico la verità, è uno sprovveduto. Se lo valuto durante le situazioni di football universitario, allora è un game manager, non è un problema. Alex Smith era la scelta numero 1. Era un game manager sopravvalutato, ma mi piacciono comunque. Ma non vedo Dylan come un campione della N.F.L. L'imbarazzo per questi reporter di tirare fuori e parlare di queste informazioni. Di elaborazioni di elaborazione. Ne ho sentito parlare molto e sono stato riluttante a parlarne, ma parliamone da quando Dillon Gabriel è qui.
La maglietta principale presenta una silhouette di quarterback a metà scelta 6. Che presagio, a peggiorare le cose, qualche burlone dell'Oregon ha stampato adesivi shader più grandi di Dylan e li ha attaccati su ogni armadietto. Dylan lo staccò e lo attaccò alla sua borraccia. L'ironia non è mai stata così forte. Gli allenatori hanno cercato di risollevargli il morale definendolo un leader, una risorsa, il tipo di ragazzo di cui ogni squadra ha bisogno. Parole dolci. Ma poi hanno tutti pubblicato selfie indossando il merchandising di Shador. Perfino l'allenatore di forza si è tinto la barba per abbinarla al colore della felpa con cappuccio in edizione limitata. Platinum Frost. Alla successiva raccolta fondi della squadra qualcuno ha effettivamente donato $5.000 solo per tenere il merchandising di Dylan fuori dagli scaffali. La nota della donazione recitava: lascia che l'uomo si concentri sul football. Brutale. Eppure, Dio lo benedica, Dylan continua a crederci, continua a postare, continua a usare l'hashtag Rise and Grind. Ultimamente quella grind sembra solo un risentimento crescente, perché ogni volta che Shador lancia una nuova linea di abbigliamento, Dylan versa un'altra lacrima dritta nel suo frullato proteico. Alla conferenza stampa post partita, un giornalista ha osato chiedere delle vendite del merchandising. Dylan ha forzato un sorriso, di quelli che nascondono il dolore dietro un'energia perfettamente provata.
In questo momento molte persone dicono che Shedeur Sanders è stato incastrato per il fallimento nel tentativo di sabotare la sua carriera nella N.F.L, facendolo partire titolare nella prima settimana contro i Panthers. Ma ci sono un paio di cose che possono dire in questo momento. Guarda, a fine dei conti hanno 4 quarterback che saranno in grado di giocare nel roster in questo momento. Hanno Shedeur Sanders che sarà titolare contro i Panthers nella partita di apertura della prestagione. Poi hanno Joe Flacco che ha più di 40 anni, hanno Kenny Pickett che è infortunato e hanno Dillon Gabriel che è infortunato. Quindi ovviamente il ragazzo Shedeur Sanders deve essere il ragazzo per la prima settimana. La domanda è: perché non ha ricevuto critiche?
Nel frattempo, Shador non ha nemmeno battuto ciglio. Ha semplicemente iniziato a distribuire palloni da calcio autografati ai tifosi sfoggiando il suo merchandising negli stadi rivali. Un ragazzo è scoppiato a piangere. Un altro ha detto: non mi laverò mai più. È stato un momento epocale. Dylan una volta ha provato la stessa mossa, ha regalato una maglia autografata e il tifoso l'ha usata per pulire la senape dal suo hot dog. Dolore. Puro dolore. Così, in un ultimo atto di orgoglio, Dylan ha aperto un negozio temporaneo fuori dallo stadio. Niente folla, niente clamore. Solo lui, qualche tavolo pieghevole e un singolo tumbleweed che rotolava indossando un berretto con visiera. Ha persino chiamato suo padre per un consiglio, disperato per un miracolo. Pop ha aspirato e ha detto: figliolo, magari prova a fare contabilità o podcasting, o cavolo, a ballare su TikTok, qualsiasi cosa tranne il merchandising. Ora sono iniziate le voci. Erano voci secondo cui Dylan potrebbe collaborare con un altro quarterback trascurato per lanciare una linea di abbigliamento congiunta chiamata Almost Elite. Lo slogan è abbastanza vicino alla grandezza da poterlo vedere da qui. È sia poetico che dolorosamente onesto. Eppure, Dylan si presenta ogni giorno di partita, casco in testa, occhi fissi, ignorando il dramma del merchandising.
Shador, lo facciamo per Shedeur Sanders, ragazzi, perché quello che gli è successo non è stato bello. Quindi sosterremo Shador nella sua carriera nella NFL. La sua maglia ha venduto più magliette di qualsiasi altra scelta al draft. Me lo stanno dicendo. I miei amici di MySports mi dicono che sta già stabilendo dei record. Pensate che diventerà una star nella NFL o cadrà come Manziel? Sarà Johnny Manziel nella situazione o si farà avanti È un junior da prima serata come suo padre.
Perché qualunque cosa accada, sta ancora lanciando passaggi, sta ancora muovendo le catene, sta ancora inseguendo quel sogno. E da qualche parte negli angoli più remoti di internet, sepolti sotto codici sconto e cartellini di liquidazione, una delle sue magliette è stata finalmente venduta. Proprio quando Dylan pensava che rock bottom non potesse scendere più in basso, è successo. Un gruppo di stagisti del primo anno, nella libreria del campus, ha scambiato la sua merce invenduta per scorte omaggio. Hanno impilato le scatole accanto a infradito smarrite e a una scatola impolverata di fidget spinner del 2017. Uno stagista ha persino sussurrato: wow, vintage. È come se l'universo volesse girare il coltello nella piaga. Shador ha lanciato una linea di profumi. La promozione, un capolavoro cinematografico. Camminata a rallentatore, tuoni che rimbombano, un'aquila che urla in lontananza e Shador che lancia un pallone da football dritto verso il sole, mentre una voce profonda ringhia: domina il tuo destino.
Appello! Chiamo tutti i troll di Shedeur Sanders che sono apparsi nei miei commenti questo fine settimana. Venite subito davanti. Ho delle novità per voi. Dite il nome della quinta scelta al draft. Ok, quinta scelta al draft. In effetti un numero 144esimo al draft che ha le maglie N.F.L più vendute dopo il draft. Ditene una. Questo è quello che pensavo.
La folla è impazzita e Dylan ha fissato lo schermo chiedendosi se forse Destiny avesse bloccato il suo numero. Nel frattempo, il team di marketing di Dylan ha fatto del suo meglio. Hanno lasciato cadere un boomerang di lui che si allaccia alle scarpe. Tutto qui? Questa era l'intera promozione. Difficile competere quando lo spot del tuo rivale sembra diretto da Christopher Nolan e il tuo sembra girato dal tuo compagno di stanza con un iPhone 8 con la lente rotta. Il contrasto era doloroso. A peggiorare le cose, persino il cane di Dylan ha finito per indossare l'abbigliamento Shador. Non apposta, però. Il figlio del vicino ha lasciato cadere una felpa con cappuccio nel suo cortile, ma amico, il simbolismo ha colpito come un camion. Il cane si aggirava orgoglioso, scodinzolando come se facesse parte della famiglia Prime. Dylan ha cercato di riderci sopra, ma in fondo quella cosa lo ha ferito. A un certo punto ha persino provato a infiltrarsi tra i fan di Shador, ma era inutile.
Guarda, il leggendario merchandising di Shedeur Sanders è esaurito e ha la maglia da rookie più venduta. Non hanno ancora confermato il suo numero e le sue magliette stanno andando a ruba. Non so se sono andate a ruba, ma si stanno vendendo. Velocemente, mettiamola così. Vedi, l'N.F.L pensava davvero di fare qualcosa mentendogli e facendo crollare le sue azioni al draft, non è vero? Pensavano davvero di fare qualcosa. Loro il tizio gli hanno fatto uno scherzo pensando che stesse facendo qualcosa, pensando che fosse divertente. È stato divertente quando tuo padre ha preso quella multa di $100.000. Quella multa di $100.000 era?
Un cartellone pubblicitario di 60 piedi di shader, sfoggiando la sua felpa con cappuccio firmata con la didascalia "Lo status di icona confermato", torreggiava sul campus. Dylan ci passava davanti ogni mattina e giurava di sentirlo ridere. È diventato un meme da un giorno all'altro. Gli studenti hanno iniziato a posare sotto indossando il merchandising di Dylan. Ironia della sorte, lo hanno definito un'influenza negativa. Un ragazzo è persino diventato virale indossando la felpa con cappuccio di Dylan per scherzo mentre chiedeva alla sua ragazza di sposarlo. Lei ha detto di sì all'anello, non alla felpa con cappuccio. Quella cosa è andata a fuoco durante l'after party. Brutale. Tempi disperati richiedono un marchio disperato. La campagna successiva di Dylan è stata diversa. Il video promozionale aveva una musica drammatica per pianoforte, riprese a rallentatore di lui che fa panca piana triste e una lenta panoramica di un armadio pieno di cappelli invenduti. O doveva essere potente, ma ha solo emozionato le persone per i motivi sbagliati. Attenzione spoiler, è stato un fiasco. Le vendite sono rimaste più basse di un'autostrada del Midwest, ma Dylan non si è arreso. No, è tornato alla grande con una miniserie di documentari. 5 visualizzazioni in totale, e 3 di queste erano solo di lui che aggiornava la pagina. Tuttavia, non puoi criticare il suo impegno. Ha persino iniziato a dare discorsi motivazionali nelle aule, dicendo ai bambini: non mollare mai, anche quando il tuo merchandising finisce nel cestino dei 99 centesimi.
Ma ecco il punto. Se esce e fa schifo, non ci sarà grazia. Tutti impazziranno. Se gioca alla grande, oh mio Dio! Penso onestamente che Shador titolare sia una situazione perdente per Shador. Ora è una situazione perdente per i Browns. E lo stanno facendo solo perché non hanno altra scelta.
Quindi a Shedeur Sanders, che non ha ancora fatto uno snap con l'attacco titolare, viene chiesto di affrontare una difesa titolare della NFL nella sua prima partita nella NFL. Shedeur Sanders gioca bene. Ne sarò così impressionato. E a quel punto i Browns devono guardarsi intorno e dire: wow, è stato impressionante, forse dovremmo dargli un'occhiata più da vicino. E Ecco perché è positivo per Shedeur Sanders.
Ma poi un ragazzo coraggioso alzò la mano e chiese: è vero che le tue felpe con cappuccio si restringono in lavatrice? Dylan si bloccò, si scusò in silenzio e non tornò mai più. Alla successiva manifestazione di incoraggiamento del campus indissero una votazione per chi avrebbe avuto più probabilità. Nessuna sorpresa, Shador vinse con una valanga di voti. Povero Dylan. Era il più probabile che fondasse un podcast chiamato Nobody Believed in Me. Perfino la mascotte votò contro di lui. È dura, i suoi compagni di squadra cercarono di sostenerlo, lanciandogli complimenti di pietà come «Ti stai impegnando, amico!» e quella macchia di senape sembra un logo. Un tizio ha persino suggerito a Dylan di collaborare con la mensa scolastica, di marchiare i suoi prodotti come tovaglioli resistenti. La mancanza di rispetto è stata incredibile. Poi è arrivato il drop-off del club di moda del campus. Shedeur non si è nemmeno preso la briga di presentarsi. I suoi prodotti hanno letteralmente sfilato da soli. Il marchio dell'uomo aveva più presenza della maggior parte delle persone. Dylan si è presentato in tenuta da baseball, ha fatto un piccolo giro in passerella e la folla ha pensato che facesse parte di uno sketch comico durante l'intervallo. Le risate hanno echeggiato più forte della musica. Più tardi una delle felpe con cappuccio di Shador è stata venduta per $1.000 su eBay. Era persino dotata di un codice QR che rimandava a un video promozionale cinematografico con delfini in fiamme e Shador che guidava uno scooter dorato. Roba da film.
Questo è un gioco. Ma quando Dio ti mette la mano addosso, vedi Shador. È già a Cleveland a fare le sue cose. È già lì per lavorare e impegnarsi in modo da poter essere il migliore. Ma vedi, nessuno vuole concentrarsi su quei tratti caratteriali. Vogliono concentrarsi solo sulle bugie. Stanno ancora mentendo sull'uomo. Stanno rubando questi commenti mentendo. Quindi continuerò a pubblicare questi commenti su Shasha.
Nel frattempo, Dylan ha ricevuto una notifica, una nuova recensione sul suo sito di merchandising. 2 stelle, diceva. La maglietta sembrava triste. Quella è stata una ferita profonda. Ma ecco il punto. Nonostante tutti i meme, nonostante tutte le battute, c'è ancora qualcosa di nobile nella determinazione di Dylan. Non si arrende. Continua a presentarsi, continua a provare. Continua a credere che un giorno qualcuno potrebbe indossare la sua felpa con cappuccio. Non per ironia, non per pietà, ma perché gli piace davvero. Nemmeno dopo che la radio del campus ha criticato la sua linea di merchandising per 3 ore di fila, Dylan si è arrenduto. Nemmeno dopo che qualche burlone ha attaccato cartelli di saldi di fine serie sul suo armadietto. Nemmeno dopo che ha organizzato un omaggio, 5 felpe in palio, e il vincitore ha risposto «No, grazie». L'uomo si è semplicemente rifiutato di cedere. In una mossa disperata per rinnovare il marchio, Dylan si è fatto crescere i baffi, definendoli parte della sua nuova immagine. Nel giro di pochi minuti qualcuno ha commentato «Sembri un supplente che distribuisce fogli di lavoro e traumi?» Brutale. Nel frattempo l'impero di Shador continuava ad espandersi. Penny, ciabalia, persino acqua di marca. Sì, avete sentito bene. Acqua Shador, pubblicizzata come l'idratazione vincente. Dylan ha risposto online twittando «Il prossimo lancio è il mio». Si chiama Tears. Il tweet ha ottenuto 3 mi piace. Uno era del suo kicker di riserva. Poi è arrivato il pugno nello stomaco successivo. Il remix di Shador della canzone di lotta della scuola è uscito su Spotify e ha raggiunto 100.000 streaming in un giorno. Il ritmo è stato duro, la spavalderia era intoccabile. E all'improvviso, metà del campus stava scandendo il suo nome come se fosse l'headliner del Coachella. Ma la goccia che ha fatto traboccare il vaso è stata una dolce nonnina nel campus che indossava una sciarpa color shade, che ha fermato Dylan a metà strada e ha detto «Spero che tu ce la faccia in qualcos'altro, tesoro». Quello gli ha spezzato l'anima a metà. Eppure, nonostante ogni critica, ogni flop, ogni pezzo di merchandising che prende polvere, Dylan continua a farsi vedere. Non per la fama, non per i follower e sicuramente non per le vendite. Gioca perché in fondo ci crede ancora. Non che venderà mai più di Shador. Non è un delirante, ma che forse un giorno qualcuno indosserà la sua felpa senza scusarsi per questo. In un mondo pieno di catene d'oro, drop esauriti e clamore virale, Dylan si erge come l'incrollabile sfavorito, un po' amareggiato, completamente al verde, ma ancora in lotta. Perché anche se il mondo non comprerà il suo merchandising, il gioco non lo ha ancora comprato. E, se non altro, può sempre vendere le sue felpe avanzate ai fantasmi dei QB dimenticati. Potrebbero non pagare, ma almeno otterrebbero.
Should not have dropped out of the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft. He dropped out of the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft because it's 100% personal. NFL GMs, scouts, and the NFL at large are trying to teach Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders a lesson that they didn't teach the Mannings when Eli said he wasn't going to go play in San Diego, a lesson that they did not teach Andrew Luck and his family when he was the perennial #1 draft pick.
Same script, different victim. Another elite quarterback treated like he's invisible. But this time, RG3 didn't just whisper. He detonated a truth bomb that left no survivors. He flat out exposed why Shedeur Sanders keeps getting iced out. And trust me, it's not about skill. It's all bruised egos, backroom games, and pure petty energy running the show. Get ready, because this isn't some little quarterback drama. It's a straight-up scandal unraveling in real time. And RG3 didn't come empty-handed. He pulled up with the kind of receipts that make headlines bleed. Think about it. You draft a beast like Shedeur Sanders, a guy stacking touchdowns like he's running a factory, not a football field. But instead of the hype, the crown, and the spotlight, he gets a fake smile, a polite clap, and the classic media brush-off. We'll call you. And now RG3 just cannonballed into the shallow end, splashing the whole room with the ugly truth. So the real question is, why are they really overlooking Shedeur Sanders? Oh, let's get one thing straight. It's not because he can't read defenses, and it's sure not because his pocket presence isn't smoother than your uncle's shiny bald head. The truth? The system hates what it can't control. And Shedor's swagger, that unshakable confidence, plus the inconvenient reality that he's Dion Sanders' son, yeah, that blows up the traditional script, and they can't handle it. Picture this. The football gatekeepers looking at Shedor's stats, his tape, and his star power, then going, wait, hold up. He's got everything? Nah, that's too easy. Feels like cheating. And just like that, they bump him down the ladder, acting like they didn't see him torch defenses week after week. Meanwhile, other quarterbacks with resumes that look like half-finished homework keep getting pushed up draft boards like they've already paid rent at the top. And here's the wild part. Mediocrity starts getting dressed up as potential the moment it shows up in the right package. RG3 looked around at the nonsense and basically said, y'all serious? Because he's lived this circus before, when raw talent wasn't enough if you didn't fit their cookie-cutter blueprint.
In the live chat said I saw Shador and Jeremiah next to each other. Wonder if Barry would draft him or trade the pick so he can find a quarterback in 2019. And just as a side, because I saw this, we was going to talk about this at the end of the video, but my man in the live chat brought it up. I just want to point it out there that there's a possibility that Shedeur Sanders balls out, goes crazy. Now, I do want to point out it's gonna have to be 2027 for this man-child, and I mean man-child as in he's 6'4". He's the best player in college football as a freshman, and he's coming into his sophomore year. He's a dog. So just imagine, give 2 years, let Shador get nice, understand the Kevin Stfansky framework, and then you draft this demon.
See, this game ain't just about throwing touchdowns. It's about squeezing into a mold so tight, even toothpaste couldn't get through. And Shador, he ain't squeezing into nothing. He's rewriting the whole mold. That terrifies the old guard. Because if you can throw for thousands of yards while getting smacked around behind an O-line built like soggy cardboard, what excuse do they even have left? But let's be real. The metric isn't touchdowns, yards, or leadership under pressure. The hidden test is, does he look like the kind of safe bet an owner can parade at a dinner party with his golf buddies? If the answer is no, congrats. You just got shoved to the sidelines.
So what do I mean by all of that? What I mean is that all of these guys had the confidence. Many of them had the bravado that is similar to what Shedeur Sanders has. But none of them were punished in the way that...
The moment Shedeur stopped being just Dion's kid and stamped himself as his own brand, folks started clutching pearls like it was a crime. He pulls up in a Rolls, scandal. He rocks an iced out watch, nerve of him. He dares to speak with confidence on camera, oh no, red flag. Somehow swagger wrapped in a Colorado jersey with a sharp fade becomes cocky. But the same attitude in a quarterback with lighter skin magically transforms into leadership qualities. Interesting, right? Meanwhile, RG3 is sitting back watching this clown show unfold, and he's not holding his tongue. He's calling out the double standards loud and clear. Because the rules have never been the same for everybody, and this just proves it. Shedeur checks every single box. Talent, composure, star power, but not the ones tied to some dusty playbook of stereotypes. The so-called quarterback handbook, written back in 1992, still gets waved around like gospel, even though flip phones have been in the grave for years. And don't forget the level of competition critics, those self-proclaimed historians of college football conferences who pop up out of nowhere just to nitpick certain players when it fits their agenda. He balled out at Jackson State, no question. But the moment Shedeur torched defenses there, the critics pulled out their favorite excuse. cupcake schedule.
Three noticing and already sticking up for not just Shedeur Sanders, but the Sanders name. And this is what Shador had to say about RG3.
Then I seen RG3 team out here, so I said, yeah, I gotta come see them. I was in the area.
No, RG3, he told me that you guys have worked together a little bit, talked a little bit. What's it been like? What's that relationship like?
It's definitely like a big brother for sure. He definitely he lets me know when I'm wrong, when I'm right, what I need to do. Pros, cons about everything with the quarterback position and what I need to know.
And obviously, I think you probably have a lot of connections to different people in the NFL who have done it before, like RG3. Do you try to keep that that advice to a smaller group, or you kind of listen to everyone? How's that work?
Nah, it's definitely, you definitely have to have discernment when it comes to everything, but it's more natural.
These camera angles
the
are kind of
advice I
nasty.
get, it come from a natural place, from people that I always talk to or that always been there for me.
Funny how when other quarterbacks rack up stats against weak competition, it's called great consistency. But when Shedeur does it, suddenly it's still unproven. Consistency only counts if it doesn't make people uncomfortable, right? Now he's at Colorado, dropping video game numbers, staying cool under pressure, dodging sacks like he's in a dodgeball championship. Does that change the narrative? Nope. The goalposts aren't just moving, they're flipping cartwheels at this point. And let's not ignore the coach's son factor. Normally, being the child of a legend gives you bonus media hype, the kind ESPN turns into heartwarming montages. But when your dad is Dion Sanders, the man who built his whole career on confidence, suddenly it's too flashy. When other QBs thrive under their father's coaching, it's family legacy. When Shedeur does it, nepotism, the double standard, is laughable. Then comes draft season, where scouts love to play fortune teller. They start rambling about intangibles, like they've got a sixth sense for greatness. Translation, it usually just means looks and acts the way they expect a quarterback to look and act.
Your team needed a quarterback. Why didn't y'all pick Shedeur Sanders? All-American, Offensive Player of the Year, Joe Namath Award-winning quarterback out of college.
Well, we had a meeting of all the white guys that own all the teams. We are wealthy and we pay these niggas. And there's no way that he's gonna come into our league and show us up. So we're gonna show him who really has the power.
Shedeur could launch a 70-yard bomb blindfolded, and they'd still hit him with a, yeah, but what about maturity critique. Meanwhile, some quarterbacks trip over their own cleats and get labeled raw talent. The bias isn't just in boardrooms, it's in the stands too. Scroll through social media and you'll see the same lazy takes recycled. He's good, but, and that but is carrying a whole lot of prejudice dressed up as analysis. But he's flashy. But he's Dion's kid. Translation? But he's not what we're used to. And let's be honest, people fear change more than they fear bad Wi-Fi. RG3 didn't drop a hot take, he dropped a straight-up PSA, because ignoring Shedeur Sanders isn't just a bad football call, it's embarrassingly obvious. This man has it all. Numbers that don't lie, vision sharp as a hawk, leadership under pressure, mental toughness built like steel, and a media presence most franchises would kill for. And yet, here we are, watching analysts shower love on quarterbacks who peaked back in 2019, acting like their highlight reels are still fresh. It's laughable. Shedeur's not just playing football, he's battling a whole maze of unspoken rules, coded language, and invisible gatekeeping.
Sanders not getting drafted in the first 3 rounds is disgusting. Let's talk about what it means. I've never been a Sanders, but I've been a backup quarterback in the National Football League. More than the pride being hurt, the opportunity has now been hurt. When you're a backup quarterback, you are much more easily discarded. If you're going to get drafted in the 4th round or later, you are being drafted to be a backup. Think about the quarterbacks drafted after the 3rd round that are currently starting or potentially have the opportunity to start. Dak Prescott, he only started because Tony Romo got hurt. Kirk Cousins, he only started because Robert Griffin got hurt. Brock Purdy, he only started because Trey Lance got hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt. If you get drafted after the 3rd round, you do not have an opportunity to start, barring an unforeseen.
The system keeps moving the target, and he keeps knocking it down anyway. And the wildest part, he's still out there winning, leading, balling out like it's personal. And yeah, it is personal now. Every time they doubt him, he turns the field into a masterclass. So when RG3 spoke up, it wasn't for shock value. It was because the truth couldn't be clearer. The issue isn't Shedeur Sanders' talent. It's the league's broken vision. And RG3 just handed them prescription glasses. But watch closely, because the moment Shedeur starts smashing their mold, the machine suddenly acts like the mold was never real in the first place. But here's the thing. Shedeur isn't out here begging for approval. He's carving out his own legacy whether the spotlight decides to follow or not. And when draft day finally hits, Don't be shocked when the same critics who pretended he didn't exist suddenly flip the script and act like they've been fans since day one. Oh, the receipts will be waiting, and this time they'll come signed in RG3's handwriting. Bold, underlined, and stamped with a giant "told you so."
Wrong. So why are we having this conversation about his character? I'm gonna tell you why. Because you got people hating on his daddy.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And they want any excuse that they can come up with. And let me remind America why Deion Sanders, we gonna say this. This is why Deion Sanders is hated by some people, because he was the greatest. And he told you so. And then went out there and showed you show. And you were helpless to do anything about it. And then when he talked about it, not only could you not play better than him, you couldn't talk better than him, you couldn't articulate your thoughts better.
And here's the real kicker, the part RG3 laid out with the kind of sharp clarity that makes you wonder if he's been biting his tongue since week one. Shedeur Sanders isn't just being judged as a quarterback. Nope, that would be way too simple. He's being judged as Dion Sanders' son, and not in the usual bloodline advantage way either. This is the penalty box version of nepotism, where instead of being boosted for having a Hall of Fame father, Shedeur is being crushed under expectations so twisted, it feels like he's guilty of football treason just for existing. Let's keep it real. If Shedeur were anyone else's kid, literally anybody else's, the hype would be biblical. He'd be praised like a mix of Brady, Mahomes, and a Messiah in cleats.
Problem with it is obviously the anonymity of all of the comments and all of the quotes and all of the things that we have had reported, whether it was Josina Anderson around the combine, recently with this quote from an offensive coach who says he's entitled, who says he puts the blame. I watched Shedeur Sanders get damn near killed for 2 years at Colorado. And I never saw him berate a lineman on the sideline. I never saw him cuss or scream at a coach. And you're hearing these things like entitled and these little pieces of the characteristics of his personality.
But instead, he's trapped under a microscope so intense it picks up flaws that don't even exist. 1 minute the knock is, he's just Deion's kid. The next, he's only good because of Deion. 5 seconds later, the demand flips, prove you're not riding Deion's coattails. It's a never-ending moving target, and Shedeur keeps playing like the bullseye is already his. So which is it, really? Because last time we checked, riding coattails doesn't add up to 500-yard games and clutch, game-winning drives with the whole stadium watching. It's almost like Analyst built a separate grading rubric just for Shedeur Sanders. Other quarterbacks, they get judged on completions, decision-making, and pocket presence. Shedeur, he gets judged on how many times he cracks a smile in a post-game interview, whether his wristwatch shines too bright or if his dad cheered a little too loudly from the sidelines. The man could toss 6 touchdowns in a snowstorm while balancing a baby goat on his helmet, and the headline would still be, "Yeah, but is he humble enough? Make it make sense." And let's really talk about this humble obsession for a second. That word gets dragged out every time critics get uncomfortable with confidence they can't tame. They don't actually want Shedeur to be humble. They want him to shrink. They want him to dim his light, act grateful just to breathe the same air as the chosen ones, and bow like he's lucky to even be in the room.
I am tired of the Shedeur slander. It's gotten to the point where it almost feels nefarious to me. People never like to play the race card, and I'll play it when I need to, I don't care. But this feels dirty. And we understand that Cam Ward is also a black quarterback. So you might not be able to use that, but here's the problem that I'm having is that you had Daniel Jones, who wasn't on anybody's radar, that somehow crept into the top 5 and got drafted. But a guy that's been a starter his entire career, threw over 4,000 yards at Colorado, 37 touchdowns, 10 interceptions in a pro-style offense in a Power 5 conference. You mean to tell me that that guy is not a first?
But let's keep it 100. The only reason that room still has electricity is because Shedeur lit it up in the first place. But the second your last name is Sanders, it's open season. Suddenly every move gets poked at like a piñata by scouts desperate to find cracks that don't even exist. RG3 knows this playbook all too well. He lived it back when the league couldn't decide if he was supposed to be the face of the future or the fall guy for every busted play. And now he's watching Shedeur get hit with the deluxe package of that same treatment. Only this time, it comes wrapped in primetime baggage. The expectations are insane. Be a great quarterback, shatter records, resurrect a dead program, lead with poise, and oh yeah, make sure you're never too flashy while doing it. Apparently, excellence is only acceptable when it comes in beige packaging. Shedeur isn't just playing quarterback, he's playing son of prime time. And in football code, that means prove you deserve to breathe this air every single day. Forget the stats, forget the highlight throws under pressure, forget the leadership, forget the fact that he reads defenses like a veteran NFL quarterback running chess on rookies. Nope, that doesn't fit the narrative. Instead, they spin it dramatic. What if he's not actually that good? What if it's all just the Sanders name? But here's the twisted part. The same critics claiming he's only in the spotlight because of Deion are the ones putting him under the brightest, harshest lights because of Deion. The name they say props him up is the same name they use to drag him down. It's like being punished for a crime you never committed, then being told you should be grateful because at least the jail food is decent. That's the twisted reality Shedeur is living in. The truth is, being Dion's son doesn't open doors. It slams them shut in the faces of people who like their quarterbacks cookie cutter, predictable, polished, and preferably controversy-free. But Deion, he's the exact opposite. He's loud, bold, a man who walks into a room like he owns the oxygen supply. And because of that, the assumption is automatic. Shedeur must be a carbon copy. Spoiler alert, he's not. Shedeur's confidence is surgical, not theatrical. Precision, not performance. But that doesn't matter when guilt by association is the rule of the game. So every single move he makes gets charted like Wall Street stock. Every small mistake, a referendum on his entire career. Every success, shrugged off as expected.
From a quarterback's eye, from a coach's eye, you know that he has something special. He makes off-schedule plays. He uses his feet effectively. He can play from the pocket. He has the rhythm and timing of an NFL quarterback. Those are all things that are special. And most of all, at quarterback, you need confidence. So when I'm seeing him drop, I'm like, okay, why are we punishing this young man because he's got confidence? Why are we punishing him because he went to Jackson State to an HBCU and turned it around? Why are we punishing him because he went to Colorado and turned it around? Is it because of his daddy? Y'all that mad that he got his number retired? But what I'm not gonna do, we can have a conversation about whether you think he's worth this pick or that pick. What we're not gonna do is sit up there and just lie on the young man and say he has nothing special.
His ceiling keeps getting pushed higher, while his floor is made of glass, shatter ready with one wrong step. Meanwhile, quarterbacks from traditional backgrounds can flop for 3 straight seasons and still get called developing prospects. But if Shedeur throws just 1 interception in the 3rd quarter, suddenly it's a breaking news headline. Is he overrated? Like, oh no, he's human. Guess that changes everything. The pressure isn't just unfair, it's rigged. It's designed like a maze with invisible walls, where every time he levels up, the goalposts jump 5 yards further. That's not development, that's sabotage. And let's be real about what's really bothering people. It's the audacity of the Sanders family to celebrate their success out loud. The NFL machine is comfortable with humble prodigies who pretend they just got lucky. But Shedeur, he knows he's good. And even worse for the haters, he works to be that good. There's no fake aw shucks act here. He studies film, he commands huddles, he grinds day in and day out, and he refuses to downplay his greatness just to make gatekeepers feel comfortable. And in football culture, that kind of honesty is treated like a crime. RG3 didn't just call out bias, he exposed the discomfort people feel when a player breaks their unwritten rules of how you're supposed to act. And in Shedeur's case, that discomfort gets magnified with every Dion Sanders sideline interview, every viral locker room speech, every moment the Sanders brand takes over a news cycle. It's not just that Shedeur is good, it's that he's redefining what good even looks like in a league that wants the rules frozen in time. And the irony? The same media machine that once built Dion up now demands Shedeur prove he's not a clone. But here's the catch. If he celebrates a win, suddenly he's cocky. If he stays quiet, then he's lacking personality. This double bind is Olympic-level mental gymnastics, and Shedeur is the one being forced to compete without a safety net. And yet here's the punchline. He still thrives. He still performs. He still shows up with the calm of a surgeon and the poise of a 10-year vet. While analysts nitpick his every move, he's out there slicing defenses apart like it's a weekend hobby. RG3 isn't just defending him, he's throwing a lifeline to a system that's dangerously close to embarrassing itself. Because if Shedeur keeps this up, and he will, the league will have no choice but to admit how close it came to fumbling the biggest bag of all. Yes, being Deion's son comes with perks, but it also comes with penalties no one wants to admit because it ruins the he's got it easy storyline. And RG3, bless his bluntness, just ripped the mask off the entire charade. Shedeur isn't under the microscope because he's average. He's under it because he's exceptional in ways the system never prepared for. And nothing terrifies the gatekeepers more than a superstar who refuses to follow their script. Shedeur is rewriting the story live, in real time, with every pair of eyes. Yes, even the ones pretending not to watch, locked on him. And maybe that's the part that stings the most, because Shedeur Sanders isn't just a great quarterback. He's living proof that greatness doesn't need permission. So what do you think? Are the critics scared of his game or scared of what he represents? Drop your thoughts in the comments, smash that like button, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to hear it. See you on the next one.
Shedeur Sanders just went toe-to-toe with the Browns owner in a face-off that's shaking the entire NFL.
The Cleveland Browns have announced that their third-round pick, Dillon Gabriel, will start Sunday against the Minnesota Vikings in London. When asked about Gabriel getting the starting job, it literally left Shedeur speechless.
From Rex Ryan's brutal public takedown, to Shara's eerie silent protest, to the whispers claiming Cleveland's front office sabotaged him before he even touched the field. This is pure chaos. The league hasn't seen a storm like this in years, and it's all centered around one young man who refuses to stay quiet.
Absolutely. Absolutely, because whatever he says, they're going to twist his words. If you say nothing, you know, there's really, on any other team, there are 31 there are 31 other teams. Do any of those media members talk to the third string quarterback?
No.
Oh, it's controversy. Why create controversy? How do you not create it? By when they ask you questions, just don't answer.
The NFL might sell dreams of glory and greatness, but behind those shiny helmets and billion-dollar contracts hides a ruthless game of politics, egos, and raw power. And right now, no story captures that cold reality better than what's happening to Shedeur Sanders, the son of primetime himself, Deion Sanders. The legacy alone should have guaranteed respect, but instead, it feels like he's fighting the system itself. Shedeur wasn't supposed to be just another quarterback prospect. He was meant to be the one.
But he's not a fifth-round pick, so we shouldn't ask him to act like a fifth-round pick because that's not what we believe he is. For me, look, if he'd have took the pro, say, look, I'm happy for Dillon.
Right.
Hopefully he goes out there and plays well. Joe, I feel bad for Joe, but you know this is the game of football. This is a business, and hey, I'm just I'm happy for Dillon, and my job doesn't change.
Right.
I go out there, I prepare.
A true generational talent ready to flip the script and drag his father's legacy straight into the modern NFL spotlight. But instead of being celebrated, he's been torn down by analysts, demoted by coaches, and quietly buried by Cleveland's own front office. It's like the franchise didn't want a star, they wanted silence. Going into the 2025 N.F.L. draft, Shedeur Sanders wasn't hype. He was proof. Multiple analysts had him pegged as the potential #1 overall pick, not out of favoritism, but pure facts, stats, tape, and performances that screamed dominance. His 2024 season at Colorado wasn't just impressive, it was historic. And now, the same talent that once made headlines is caught in a storm the NFL can't ignore. This was being called the biggest draft slide in NFL history.
Yeah, we know
Joe Flacco was in Cleveland once before, and they let him go.
Yeah.
He was in Indy, and he wasn't, let me get this straight, he wasn't the answer the first time around in Cleveland. He wasn't the answer in Indy. He wasn't the answer at the Jets, but now he's going to be the answer this time around. Joe Flacco hadn't been the answer since 2012 when he took the Ravens to the Super Bowl, and that's it.
Bigger than Aaron Rodgers in 2005. More jaw-dropping than Lamar Jackson in 2018. Shedeur Sanders didn't just fall a few spots. He plummeted in real time while the whole world watched in disbelief. It was the kind of drop that instantly set off alarms everywhere, sparking a national frenzy about what really went down behind those secretive NFL war room doors. Something wasn't adding up, and people wanted answers, fast. Then came the real madness. Almost immediately after the draft, whispers of collusion started catching fire. NFL legends began stepping up. Eric Dickerson himself claimed there was a league-wide blackballing against Shedeur Sanders.
That's a great piece of television from Rex Ryan. Hats off to Rex and ESPN. So we're finally, this speaks to a cultural change. This is a black quarterback he's talking about. and he's talking pretty salty and spicy about him, and I think he's talking accurately about him. He said, if I know other coaches around the league are talking about it, you're lazy, you're not a leader, you're not at the front of the meeting room, soaking up everything you can.
Even Boomer Esiason went on WFAN saying multiple owners had straight up told their general managers to erase Sanders from their draft boards completely. He said owners were giving direct orders like, take him off. I don't want that guy. That's not normal draft talk. That's power being flexed in the shadows. Let that sink in. We're not talking about a kid who ran a slow 40-yard dash or missed throws at the combine. This wasn't about skill. It was about control.
It's just unusual to see the starter get benched. And, well, I guess it's common because when Russ got benched, Jackson Dart came in to start and Russell went to the backup.
Right.
So I guess it's not as unusual as we might think it is. You're like, well, hold on. Flacco got benched. Shedeur was already third. Shouldn't everybody just like move up a spot and the guy jumps back? But that's seemingly not how they did it because Brian Daboll said that Jackson Dart would start the rest of the season and Russ would serve as his backup, and Jameis stays where Jameis is.
We're talking billionaire owners allegedly scheming to keep a talented, confident black quarterback with a legendary father and a bold image out of their spotlight. The reasons swirling around this scandal are wild and chilling. Some insiders say it's payback for Deion Sanders shaking up the old power game in college football, breaking traditions and winning his own way. Others say it's about the discomfort certain circles still have with a black quarterback who flaunts diamond watches, drives luxury cars, signs massive NIL deals, and refuses to apologize for his wealth or success. And then there's the craziest theory of them all, Shedeur's rumored contract demands. Word is, he asked for something unheard of, a piece of team merchandise and media revenue. That kind of move could have flipped the NFL's entire money system upside down, and apparently, that scared some very powerful people. The old guard was furious. Former Congressman Jamal Bowman didn't hold back, saying the NFL was scared of strong black men who refused to bend to white corporate expectations. Music mogul Uncle Luke and podcaster Joe Budden backed him up, calling Shedeur's draft slide a blessing in disguise because it ripped the mask off the league and exposed the bias running deep in its system. The comparisons to Colin Kaepernick's blackballing came instantly, and they hit hard. But the NFL wasn't taking those claims quietly. Teams fired back fast, denying any racial or political motive, and pointing instead to legitimate concerns from the draft process. Reports suddenly popped up saying Shedeur bombed multiple team interviews. Anonymous coaches painted him as unprepared for playbook breakdowns, too confrontational when questioning team culture, and, get this, one even claimed he took a FaceTime call in the middle of an interview. One coach went so far as to call it the worst formal interview I've ever had. That's the kind of dirt that spreads fast and sticks even faster. Then came the criticism about his decision to skip combine workouts. Shedeur chose to meet only with top 7 teams, a bold move meant to flex his value, but it backfired spectacularly. Scouts began whispering that his confidence was arrogance, that his sideline body language screamed entitlement, and that he blamed teammates too easily when plays fell apart. Suddenly, his swagger was being twisted into a lack of humility, the exact opposite of what NFL execs want from a young rookie, especially one who's already in the spotlight. And hovering over it all was the Deion factor.
But it's a situation, Ocho. People want to see him succeed or they want to see him fail, but they want to see him on the field.
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to, Ocho. I want to see him on the field, and I want to see him sink or swim.
Dion Sanders didn't just defend his son; he challenged the entire N.F.L. Publicly, he listed which cities he'd approve for Shedeur to play in, echoing Eli Manning's infamous draft stance. Behind the scenes, insiders say he warned critics that if they called his son arrogant, he'd expose them. It became clear that drafting Shedeur didn't just mean signing a quarterback. It meant taking on the Sanders empire. For cautious general managers terrified of drama, that felt less like a pick and more like stepping into a media storm ready to explode. So when the Cleveland Browns finally snagged Shedeur Sanders with the 144th pick in the 5th round, the world didn't know what to make of it. Was this a team boldly taking a chance on a superstar who'd been unfairly buried? Was it a franchise daring to break an unspoken pact among NFL owners? Or was it something way more complicated hiding under the surface? The move had people buzzing, but no one could agree on whether it was courage or pure chaos. Browns GM Andrew Berry tried to calm the noise, telling reporters, "The time we spent with Shedeur and what he's done throughout his college career is impressive."
I understand you're both rookies, but say something like, "Hey, I'm excited to see him, be a professional." And then the entire thing of miming Jay, I'm like it's something out of a child's playbook. And the idea is like, oh, he's responding to Rex Ryan. You are a quarterback in the National Football League. Why are we responding to Rex Ryan on ESPN when all he really says is you should be starting, but it's your own behavior? So you double down, triple down on the own behavior narrative? Like, Jay, that position, more than any position, you need a leader of men.
It sounded like confidence, like belief, like they'd found their guy. But that illusion shattered fast, because what unfolded next showed that belief inside the organization wasn't universal, not even close. And here's where things turned dark, like career-altering dark. Because if you thought Shedeur's humiliating draft night was the end of his troubles, you're about to find out it was only the beginning. This next chapter, it's betrayal at the highest level. Picture this: the owner, the man who signs every check, the face of the franchise, the billionaire shot caller, decides to publicly distance himself from his own draft pick before the poor kid even throws a single NFL pass. It happened on July 29, 2025 at Browns training camp. Owner Jimmy Haslam, the billionaire behind the pilot-flying J truck stop empire, worth an estimated $8.5 billion, stepped up to the mic and dropped a bomb that shook the league. When reporters asked about the Shedeur Sanders pick, Haslam didn't sugarcoat a thing. He said, "That decision was 100% Andrew Berry's. I had absolutely no input whatsoever." Then added that he personally preferred other quarterbacks in that draft. Just like that, the young quarterback's welcome turned into a public disowning. The message was loud and brutal. Shedeur might wear Cleveland's colors, but the man at the top didn't want him there. Now you might be asking, why on earth would an owner do that? Why would a billionaire publicly throw his own draft pick under the bus before the kid even got a fair shot? Well, according to insiders, Jimmy Haslam wasn't acting out of emotion. He was playing politics. Reports say he was trying to calm down furious NFL owners who were livid that Cleveland had broken an unspoken agreement. Don't touch Shedeur Sanders. Remember, the Browns were already public enemy #1 in the NFL after giving Deshaun Watson that fully guaranteed mega contract. The league's elite had never forgiven them for it. So, when Cleveland drafted Shedeur, it looked like another slap in the face to the establishment, a defiant "we'll do what we want" move that made Haslam's phone light up with angry calls. So, to save face and protect his standing with his billionaire buddies, Haslam decided to make a sacrifice. He publicly distanced himself from Shedeur, throwing him to the wolves to prove his loyalty to the old guard. And that message? Oh, it landed hard.
That's what it comes down to, because all this talk, well, he shouldn't have been this or he shouldn't have been that. Now, he's going to either prove a camp right or he's going to be proven wrong.
Right.
But so they want to say, okay, we see, now that's why he slid to the 5th round. Mm-hmm. Man, I don't know how, y'all see how he playing? He should have never been in the 6th round. I mean, the 5th round.
Not just for Shedeur, but for every player, coach, and fan watching. It screamed, this kid isn't wanted here. The owner didn't believe in him. And if the guy signing the checks doesn't want you, what chance do you really have? But here's where it gets real. Shedeur didn't fold, not even close. When reporters swarmed him after Haslam's comments, he stood tall and fired back, "I'm here to prove them wrong." Actions speak louder. He stayed calm, focused, and professional. He talked about earning respect through performance, controlling what he could, and shutting out the noise. That's poise most veterans don't even have. Then came the preseason, and Shedeur delivered. In his debut against the Carolina Panthers, he went 14 of 23 for 138 yards and 2 touchdowns with 0 interceptions. He looked sharp, confident, ready to compete, but instead of climbing the ladder, the Browns shoved him down it. They signed Joe Flacco, a 40-year-old quarterback who hadn't been relevant since his Super Bowl run with Baltimore in 2013. Then they drafted Dillon Gabriel, a rookie from Oklahoma, and still had Kenny Pickett, a former first-rounder from Pittsburgh. On paper, competition's supposed to make everyone better. But this wasn't competition. This was a setup. Reports from camp said Flacco and Gabriel were getting all the first-team reps, while Shedeur was stuck running scout team drills, throwing passes against the starting defense, barely seen by top coaches. He wasn't getting the same coaching attention, the same reps, or even the same evaluation chances. It was clear. They were pushing him out quietly, piece by piece. By the time the regular season rolled around, the depth chart said it all, QB3. The break glass in case of emergency guy, the same quarterback who threw for 4,134 yards and 37 touchdowns at Colorado, the same player scouts once called the most accurate passer in college football. Now buried on the bench, treated like an afterthought. For a kid who was supposed to carry a legacy, Cleveland had turned his dream debut into a silent exile. The wildest part? Shedeur Sanders, the same kid who'd done everything right in camp, showed up early, put in the work, nailed the playbook, was still listed as QB3.
I agree with you, Ocho, because my brother used to tell me all the time, I say, man, you know, I've been in training camp, Ocho, and I'll be like, man, I ain't getting no reps today. Or I'll be in practice, you know, once I made a team. He said, don't worry about it. He said, one day, John Elway gonna call on you. He said, just make sure when he call your number,
you better be ready. Gotta be ready.
The Browns kicked off the 2025 season at 1-3, clearly in trouble. And when head coach Kevin Stfansky announced a quarterback change, everyone thought this was finally Shedeur's moment. But no, he benched Joe Flacco and handed the starting job to Dillon Gabriel, a third-round rookie still learning the ropes. Flacco slid to quarterback 2, while Shedeur stayed buried at quarterback 3, like he hadn't even existed. Let that sink in. The Browns were struggling, badly. They needed a spark, someone who could light up the field and energize a dead locker room. And yet, the one quarterback on their roster with elite college stats, charisma, and a chip on his shoulder big enough to fuel a comeback wasn't even considered. Instead, they went with Gabriel, a solid prospect, sure, but not a proven playmaker, not someone who'd thrown for over 4,000 yards and 37 touchdowns like Shedeur had. The decision made zero sense, and the whispers inside the league started again. Was this personal? And then came the moment that blew up the internet. Because what Shedeur did next wasn't just unexpected, it was legendary. On October 1st, 2025, during a Wednesday media session, reporters crowded around him asking the usual questions. About the quarterback change, about being QB3, about his development under Joe Flacco, basic stuff every player answers. But Shedeur flipped the script completely. He didn't storm out. He didn't argue. He didn't even speak. Instead, he delivered the quietest and loudest statement of his young career. Shedeur mouthed every single answer in complete silence. His lips moved, his face stayed calm, but not a single sound came out. Cameras caught it all. Every word, every motion, but no one could hear him. It was eerie, powerful, and defiant all at once. A silent protest in the middle of an N.F.L. media circus. The internet exploded. Some called it genius, others called it disrespectful, but everyone was talking about it. Analysts lost their minds. Dan Orlovsky from ESPN slammed the move as embarrassing and immature. Rex Ryan, who had already criticized Shedeur before, went off again saying, there's no time or place for antics like that from a QB3. But to the fans, it felt different. It felt symbolic. The kid who'd been silenced by ownership, ignored by coaches, and frozen out by the system had finally found a way to speak without saying a word. But here's what all those loud critics missed. Shedeur Sanders wasn't being immature, he was being calculated. Every move, every silence, every look, it was strategy. Because every time this kid spoke, his words got twisted like headlines waiting to happen. When he showed confidence, they called him arrogant. When he spoke with belief, they said he was entitled. When he backed up his teammates, it was not genuine enough. And when he stayed quiet, they accused him of having an attitude. No matter what he did, they found a reason to hate it. That's when his mother, Pilar Sanders, stepped in, and she did not hold back. She went off on Rex Ryan and the rest of the media mob, calling them cancerous and jealous. She laid out the truth loud and clear. The double standard was blatant. When other quarterbacks show swagger and confidence, they're called leaders. But when a black quarterback named Sanders does it, especially the son of Deion "Primetime" Sanders, suddenly it's a problem. She said what millions were already thinking, and for a moment, the whole conversation flipped. Because let's be real, no other third-string quarterback in the NFL gets grilled like this. Nobody's shoving microphones in their face every single day, asking about team politics or play-calling decisions that aren't even theirs. Most QB3s barely get mentioned on game day, but Shedeur? He's trending every week, even when he doesn't play a single snap. That's not football pressure, that's a target. So where does that leave us? With one of the most gifted quarterbacks of his generation stuck in a nightmare. A young man who fell in the draft under shady circumstances. An owner who publicly disowned him before he ever threw a pass. A coaching staff keeping him buried despite weak play from the starters. And a national audience that can't decide if they love him or hate him. But here's the truth. Shedeur Sanders isn't just fighting for snaps. He's fighting for survival. Because in the NFL, a fifth-round pick doesn't get endless chances. If he doesn't see the field soon, if he doesn't get that moment to prove himself under those bright lights, his career could be over before it ever truly begins. No second chances, no rewinds, no mercy. That's the cold reality of this league. And Shedeur's standing in the middle of it, refusing to break. Analysts and former players are sounding the alarm. This whole situation could bury Shedeur Sanders' career for good. Because once the league slaps a label on you, problem player, bad attitude, uncoachable, it sticks like glue. Fair or not, that reputation becomes your shadow. And in the NFL, shadows talk, teams talk, scouts swap notes. Once word spreads that a guy might be too much trouble, the doors start closing fast. If the Browns decide that Shedeur isn't worth the drama, why would another team risk their PR image picking him up? The path forward is razor thin. Right now, Dillon Gabriel is gearing up to start against the Vikings in London. If he plays well, Shedeur might never touch the field. Gabriel flops, there's still Joe Flacco, the 40-year-old backup waiting in the wings. And even if both quarterbacks tank completely, there's still no guarantee Kevin Stfansky would finally give Shedeur his shot, not when the owner has already made it crystal clear where he stands. The dysfunction in Cleveland runs deep, and everyone knows it. But let's imagine the wild card. Let's say the Browns keep losing, drop to 1-7, and decide to throw the kid in just to see what happens. The moment that happens, the weight on Shedeur's shoulders will be crushing. He won't just be playing for a win, he'll be playing for vindication. He'd be fighting to prove every scout who doubted him dead wrong, to justify his father's relentless faith in him, to show Jimmy Haslam that his cold public disowning was a massive mistake, to silence every critic who said his fall in the draft was just business as usual instead of what many believe it was, collusion and bias. But here's the nightmare part. Even if Shedeur balls out, even if he plays with ice in his veins and drops highlight after highlight, it might still not be enough, because the narrative around him has already been written. The media has painted him as difficult. The old guard of the NFL has quietly made up its mind. And breaking through that wall takes more than just talent. It takes dominance, sustained, undeniable excellence that leaves no room for doubt, no air for critics to breathe. Just look at Lamar Jackson. He slid in the draft too, questioned, doubted, picked apart like he didn't belong under center. But Lamar didn't just prove them wrong, he rewrote the playbook. He became MVP in his second season, turned the league upside down, and forced everyone to respect him. That's the level Shedeur would have to hit. Not good, not great, but historic, because anything less than spectacular and the story they've already written about him becomes his legacy. Even after proving themselves, players like Lamar Jackson still get doubted when the smallest thing goes wrong. That's the ridiculous standard Shedeur Sanders is being held to, not the normal one for a fifth-round pick, where the question is, can he grow into a solid backup? No, Shedeur's bar is sky high. Can he instantly prove he should have been a first-rounder and make every team that passed on him look stupid? That's not a fair standard, it's a setup. Now let's be real about something that too many people are scared to say out loud. The racial side of this story can't just be brushed aside. It's uncomfortable, it's messy, but it's real. Multiple respected black analysts and former players have said it straight. There's a different kind of microscope for black quarterbacks, especially the ones who shine bright, speak boldly, and don't apologize for their success. When Tom Brady beats his chest, he's a winner. When Josh Allen says he believes in himself, he's a leader. But when a confident black quarterback like Shedeur Sanders does it, especially with a last name as iconic as Sanders, suddenly it's arrogance. It's ego. It's a character issue that needs fixing. That double standard is exhausting and impossible to ignore. Even Stephen A. Smith compared Shedeur's treatment to Colin Kaepernick's blackballing, and he's not alone. Believe it or not, even former President Donald Trump weighed in, blasting N.F.L. owners as stupid for letting Shedeur slide so far in the draft. And get this, a fan actually filed a $100 million lawsuit against the N.F.L., accusing them of slander, collusion, and discrimination in how they handled Shedeur's draft process. Whether or not that case goes anywhere, the fact that it even exists says a lot about how deep this story has cut into public perception. Now, does that mean every bit of criticism toward Shedeur is racially motivated? Of course not. There are legit football questions. Some scouts say he holds onto the ball too long, that his pocket presence still needs polish, that he sometimes tries to do too much. Those are fair debates. Every young quarterback faces them. But when those critiques get twisted into personal attacks, when confidence turns into cockiness, and leadership gets labeled attitude, that's when it crosses a line. And let's not forget how Shedeur's actually handled all of this. The man's been nothing but professional through chaos that would have broken most players. When he got drafted in the 5th round, he didn't rant or pout. He smiled, thanked the team, and said he was ready to work. When Jimmy Haslam publicly disrespected him, he didn't fire shots back. He kept his head down and trained harder. When the Browns buried him on the depth chart, despite his preseason success, he still showed up every day, backed up his teammates, and stayed locked in. Even when the media kept pushing him with bait questions, trying to stir controversy, he found a way to protest without cursing, without walking out, just silence. He turned that moment into one of the most powerful statements of the season. And yet somehow, Shedeur's still the villain in this story. He's still the one being called a problem. He's still the one supposedly needing to earn what other players get handed for free. The irony is brutal. The guy doing everything right is the one being punished for it. That's not just unfair. It's a reflection of a system that still can't handle a confident young black quarterback who refuses to play small. And yet, somehow, Shedeur Sanders is still being painted as the villain in this whole saga. He's still the guy with the attitude problem, still the one who supposedly needs to prove himself, even though he's already done that at every level he's ever played. It's wild. So now the question everyone's asking, what happens next? Some analysts think if Shedeur doesn't touch the field this season, the Browns might quietly cut him loose or trade him for next to nothing. Other teams, seeing how messy Cleveland's handled everything, might stay away completely, worried he's damaged goods. Just like that, his NFL career could be over before his 25th birthday. Not because he wasn't talented enough, but because the people in power never gave him a fair shot. But maybe, just maybe, there's another ending to this story. Maybe fate flips the script. Maybe a few key injuries, a couple bad losses, or one desperate coaching decision finally open the door for Shedeur Sanders to step onto that NFL field and take command as starting quarterback. And if that moment comes, if he gets that shot and owns it, then we might witness one of the most powerful prove them wrong stories, the comeback so poetic it forces everyone who doubted him to eat their words. Because whether he plays or not, this saga has already exposed the cracks in the NFL's so-called fair system. It's made one thing painfully clear. Talent alone doesn't guarantee opportunity, especially if the people upstairs decide they don't want you to succeed. It's revealed how deeply those double standards run, especially for confident black athletes who don't bow their heads and whisper, "Thank you," for scraps. And it's shown that even in 2025, in a league that brags about meritocracy, the game behind the game is still about control, politics, and power. Shedeur Sanders' career now stands at a crossroads. The next few weeks could define everything. Whether he becomes a cautionary tale whispered about in sports documentaries or the ultimate redemption story that proves real greatness can't be silenced. Will he be remembered as the kid who fell because he wasn't good enough, or the one who fell because the system was built to make him fail? Only time will tell, but one thing's certain. This story is far from over. If you made it this far, show some love. Like, comment, share, and hit that subscribe button to keep up with every twist in this unbelievable journey.
That's the tight end, Zach Davidson.
After that explosive altercation, the NFL dropped the hammer. Shiloh Sanders has been banned for life, but this wasn't his first run-in under the spotlight. Just the latest in a string of wild moments that kept getting worse.
Shiloh knows better. Shiloh knows he can't do a situation like that.
The real shocker? What Shiloh did right after hearing the ban? Let's break it down. The 2025 incident that ended everything. The NFL preseason of 2025 was supposed to be Shiloh Sanders' shot at redemption. The 25-year-old safety, son of the Hall of Fame icon Deion "Primetime" Sanders, had gone undrafted despite all the hype and his college resume. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers saw something in him, handing him a 3-year, $2.5 million deal with over $800,000 guaranteed in 2025. It was his golden chance to prove he belonged in the same league that made his father a legend.
He resets, roundhouse me, and hit me right in my chest.
Then came August 23rd, 2025, a preseason finale against the Buffalo Bills at Raymond James Stadium that should have been routine. Instead, it turned into the moment that shattered his career in seconds. And please, hit that subscribe button. It helps more than you think. In the second quarter, with Tampa trailing in what became a 23-19 loss, Bills tight end Zach Davidson was caught up in a post-play block with Sanders. What happened next was pure chaos.
So let me ask you a question. You hit him. You think you hurt him? You think there was a greater chance you hurt your own self, or you could hurt him?
Davidson, standing 6 feet 7 inches and 251 pounds, kept shoving the smaller 6-foot Sanders way past the whistle, pushing him nearly 15 yards toward the goal line. Viral footage shows Davidson grabbing Shiloh's helmet and swinging his arm dangerously close to his face. And that's when Shiloh snapped. His reputation for aggressive hits from college came roaring back, and this time, it crossed the line in front of millions. As Davidson hit Shiloh with what witnesses called a final dirty shove, Sanders snapped. Rising from his crouched stance, he did the one thing that would destroy his NFL dream before it even started. He swung hard. Reports still debate whether it was a closed fist punch or an open-handed slap, but either way, it connected straight to the left side of Davidson's helmet. The sound echoed, and everyone froze. 2 referees standing right there saw it all and instantly threw the flag for unnecessary roughness. The reaction was brutal and fast. Sanders was ejected on the spot.
What'd you say to Shiloh Sanders after that ejection?
I know you can't throw punches in this league. I mean, that's inexcusable. They're going to get you every time. Got to grow from that.
Linebacker John Bullock tried to calm him down, pulling him away, but it was way too late. The damage was done, not just to the Buccaneers' field position, but to Shiloh's future. And here's the kicker. Davidson didn't even get flagged. Despite clear footage of him jamming his fingers inside Shiloh's face mask, the refs let it slide. Davidson even celebrated after, mocking Shiloh with a too small hand gesture. That disrespect sent fans into a frenzy online. The penalty gave Buffalo a first down at Tampa's 11-yard line, and on the next play, Tyrell Shavers made a jaw-dropping one-handed touchdown catch. In one sequence, Shiloh's temper cost his team the game and his career. Head coach Todd Bowles, a strict defensive-minded leader, was fuming after the game. His post-game words said it all. Bowles called the ejection inexcusable. Coach Todd Bowles' frustration was off the charts. Shiloh had been battling for what was likely the final safety spot on the Buccaneers roster, sitting behind stars like Antoine Winfield Jr. And after that meltdown, his shot vanished overnight. Less than 24 hours after the ejection, on August 24th, 2025, the Buccaneers dropped the hammer. Shiloh Sanders was waived. They claimed it was just part of standard preseason cuts, but everyone knew what it really meant. That timing screamed punishment. The news broke through his powerhouse agents, Drew Rosenhaus and Robert Bailey from Rosenhaus Sports. These weren't just any reps. Rosenhaus is a legend in the game, known for his next question attitude and for landing players huge paydays. But this time, even his pull couldn't save Shiloh. That's how bad things had gotten. Rosenhaus and Bailey scrambled fast, putting out an urgent call to every team in the league, begging for someone to give Shiloh a shot, even on a practice squad. They hyped his athleticism, pedigree, and upside, insisting he just needed another chance. But deep down, the whole push felt desperate. The once promising son of a Hall of Famer had gone from a redemption story to a walking warning label, and every GM in the league knew it. The football world exploded with opinions, but most of them weren't kind. Former players and analysts tore into Shiloh Sanders, pointing out his weak preseason stats. Just 4 solo tackles and 1 quarterback hit in 3 games. Many said the punch wasn't the reason he got cut. It was just the excuse the team needed. Some questioned whether Shiloh's athleticism and football IQ ever truly matched N.F.L. standards. Others claimed the incident was proof of a deeper issue, one that had been bubbling for years. That punch didn't just end a game, it reignited talk about the Sanders family's controversial style of discipline and accountability.
Shiloh knows better. Shiloh knows he can't do a situation like that.
Critics accused the family of letting fame and privilege shield bad behavior, while defenders swore Shiloh was only being judged harder because of his last name. But then came the twist that made everything worse. This wasn't his first violent outburst. Once people started digging, a disturbing pattern came to light. Violence, temper issues, and family dysfunction that had been following Shiloh since his teens. The August 2025 punch wasn't just a moment of bad judgment, it was the latest chapter in a long, messy story that fans couldn't stop talking about. To understand how a young man, with everything going for him, could wreck his shot at greatness so completely, you have to look back at the chaos that shaped Shiloh Sanders' past. His story didn't start with the N.F.L. It started years earlier, in a storm of family tension and bad decisions. The most serious and life-changing incident hit on September 17, 2015, when Shiloh was just 15 years old. It all went down at Focus Academies, also called AAA Academy, a private school in Dallas, Texas, where his father, Deion Sanders, was both the CEO and head football coach. What started as a simple school rule over cell phone use spiraled into a moment that would follow Shiloh forever. He was already serving in-school suspension for being disruptive, but he broke the school's no-phone policy to text his mom, Shedeur Sanders, during his parents' heated custody battle. When school security guard John Darren, a 48-year-old former minor league baseball player, stepped in to take the phone, reportedly under Deion's orders, things turned violent. According to court records, Shiloh suddenly elbowed Darren in the chest and kept hitting even as the man fell. The attack was so brutal that Darren had to be rushed to the hospital, suffering a broken neck, cervical spine damage, and permanent neurological injuries. That single moment, at just 15, would shadow Shiloh for the rest of his life. The medical aftermath was devastating.
Sometimes your last name can be a blessing and a curse. It's not normal that free agents have breaking news that they're being released. He's an undrafted free agent, and because his name is Sanders, the blessing and the curse, people say, well, Shannon, he only got an opportunity because his last name is Sanders.
John Darren had to undergo an intense 5-level spinal fusion surgery and now lives on a modest $1,400 a month disability payment. His injuries were so severe, he still needs constant medical care and may need more surgeries down the line. For a man just enforcing school rules, at the request of Shiloh's own father, the outcome was life-changing and tragic. But the deeper issue wasn't just that one moment, it was the pattern it revealed. Multiple investigations into the 2015 assault all came to the same conclusion. Shiloh was at fault in 4 out of 5 findings. A 2022 Texas court ruling laid it out plain as day. On September 17, 2015, Shiloh Sanders did, in fact, cause physical harm and injuries to John Darren, and those injuries were a foreseeable result of the assault. Even with overwhelming evidence, Shiloh and his family kept fighting the case for years, dodging responsibility at every turn. When it finally went to trial in March 2022, Shiloh didn't even show up, claiming he never got notice because of an old address and that he couldn't afford a lawyer. That no-show cost him big. The court hit him with a default judgment of $11.89 million. It was a brutal number meant to reflect both the seriousness of Darren's injuries and Shiloh's refusal to face up to it. But instead of owning it, Shiloh made it worse. In October 2023, he filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy in Colorado, trying to wipe away the debt, despite reportedly having over $1.1 million in NIL deals. The move shocked everyone. It painted a picture not just of a troubled athlete, but of someone trying to outrun accountability.
And I said, give me the phone. I'm not playing with you. Give me the phone. So I grabbed his arm, and I don't grab it hard. I just try to stop him because he looks like he's about to walk out of the building. So I put my hand on his arm, and he jerks away like really hard, and he grazes me.
The lengths Shiloh Sanders went to dodge responsibility were wild. At first, he claimed over $400,000 in assets, but later revised it to $320,000, including a $75,000 Mercedes and another $75,000 in jewelry. Critics weren't buying it, accusing him of hiding money through LLCs and downplaying how much he really made from his NIL deals. John Darren's attorney hit back hard, arguing that the massive debt came from a willful and malicious assault, meaning it couldn't legally be erased through bankruptcy. The whole thing blew up even more when court documents showed Shiloh was still spending big despite claiming he was broke. But the violence in 2015 wasn't some one-time slip-up. His college years were full of red flags too. While playing at Colorado, Shiloh built a rep for late hits, unnecessary roughness, and on-field trash talk that had opposing players heated. Teammates described him as emotional, sometimes too emotional, and coaches had to keep reining him in. One of the most infamous moments came on October 12, 2024, against Kansas State, when Shiloh returned from a broken forearm. The game was a disaster. He missed key tackles, blew coverage, and even his father, Coach Deion Sanders, called his play horrible afterward, admitting his son looked rusty. But critics said the real problem wasn't rust, it was control. Shiloh's frustration was written all over his body language, and everyone watching could see it. That Kansas State game turned ugly fast. Shiloh Sanders laid another late hit on running back DJ Giddens that fans online called potentially career-ending. It was brutal, reckless, and exactly what critics had been warning about. Another chapter in a growing pattern of chaos. But it didn't stop on the field. Shiloh had also gained a reputation for verbal confrontations that went way beyond normal trash talk. Before the 2023 Oregon game, cameras caught him jawing at opposing players and even coaches, shouting, "I'll beat the F out of every one of y'all and your coach." The clip went viral, shocking fans who already knew his history of real-life violence. To understand where that rage came from, you have to look at the family behind him, a household full of tension and public drama.
And then he roundhoused me, he resets, roundhoused me, and hit me right in my chest and up and drove it into my neck. And I fell back.
His parents, Deion and Shedeur Sanders, went through one of the nastiest celebrity divorces imaginable. Public accusations, explosive custody battles, and even domestic violence claims that played out under the media spotlight. In 2012, Shedeur was arrested for allegedly assaulting Deion at their home in Prosper, Texas, an event that 12-year-old Shiloh witnessed firsthand. Court filings from the divorce painted a picture of a family in constant conflict, with both parents accusing the other of being unfit to raise their kids. For Shiloh, surrounded by shouting, fighting, and tension, violence became normal. And then came the twist, Deion's own role in shaping his son's attitude. After the 2015 assault on security guard John Darren, Deion originally showed sympathy for the victim. But later, he flipped the script completely, calling Darren a grifter and releasing edited footage to TMZ to make it seem like Shiloh was the victim. That kind of protection, many say, taught Shiloh that he'd always be shielded from consequences. Even years later, the fallout lingered. Darren, still dealing with life-altering injuries, told reporters he actually wanted Shiloh to succeed in the N.F.L., since a career would mean he could collect on the $11.89 million judgment. The irony was painful. The man Shiloh hurt most was rooting for him to win, while Shiloh kept torpedoing his own future. By the time Shiloh hit the pros, that same pattern of violence, impulsive decisions, and emotional outbursts followed him everywhere. Former teammates and coaches whispered that he couldn't control his temper when it mattered most. And eventually, that flaw became the thing that defined his entire career.
Shiloh is a man of many talents. I don't know if you guys know, he's a man of many talents, and he's going to be straight. All the Sanders are going to be straight, with or without football. You better believe that.
All those red flags from Shiloh's past came back to bite him, and likely explain why, despite his athletic ability and famous last name, no N.F.L. team drafted him. Coaches and scouts whispered that his temper and family drama made him too risky, and instead of fixing those issues, the Sanders family often seemed to double down on excuses and legal spin, turning every controversy into a "they're out to get us" story. To really understand how the August 2025 punch became the final nail in Shiloh's football dream, you have to rewind, back to where it all began. The story of a dynasty's downfall starts with everything going right. Born February 9th, 2000, Shiloh Deion Sanders entered the world with the kind of golden start most athletes only dream about. He was the eldest son of Deion Primetime Sanders, one of the most electrifying athletes to ever live. A two-time Super Bowl champion, 8-time Pro Bowler, and one of only 2 people ever to play in both the Super Bowl and the World Series. His mom, Pilar Sanders, was a successful model and actress, adding even more spotlight to the family name. Growing up in Dallas, Texas, Shiloh was raised in a world where winning wasn't just encouraged, it was expected. In the Sanders house, athletic success was the main currency of love and pride. Deion often posted family clips online showing off his kids' highlights, even ranking their Father's Day gifts with that classic prime time flair. From early on, Shiloh looked like he was built for greatness. He wasn't just about football, he dabbled in music production and beat making, showing flashes of creativity beyond the field. But football was where the family legacy loomed largest, and where Shiloh felt the most pressure to prove he was worthy of the Sanders name. At Trinity Christian High School in Cedar Hill, Texas, where Dion coached as offensive coordinator, Shiloh became a do-it-all athlete, playing safety, wide receiver, punt returner, and kick returner. His numbers were impressive: 24 tackles, 5 interceptions, and 1 fumble recovery on defense, plus 13 catches for 199 yards and 3 touchdowns on offense. He even ran back 2 kickoffs for touchdowns his senior year, showing off that signature Sanders speed. As a 3-star recruit, Shiloh had his pick of schools. Offers poured in from Florida State, Georgia, and 14 others. But he shocked everyone by choosing the University of South Carolina, stepping out from under his father's shadow for the first time. Under head coach Will Muschamp, his freshman year in 2019 showed flashes of that trademark Sanders spark, confident, fiery, and talented enough to stand out even in the ultra-competitive SEC. But behind all that potential, the same old habits were brewing. Pride, emotion, and pressure colliding in ways that would soon send everything spiraling out of control. At South Carolina, Shiloh Sanders saw flashes of promise and early signs of trouble. He played in 4 games as a freshman, picking up 2 tackles and 1 fumble recovery. The COVID-shortened 2020 season gave him a bigger shot: 9 games, 4 starts, and 32 total tackles, including a huge 10-tackle performance against Auburn that showed what he could be when locked in. But behind the highlight stats, cracks were forming. After that season, Shiloh made his first major move. He entered the NCAA transfer portal, kicking off a trend that would follow him for the rest of his career. While transfers are normal in today's college game, Shiloh's decision hinted at deeper issues: restlessness, frustration, and maybe a struggle with accountability. He landed at Jackson State University, where his father, Dion Sanders, was head coach. On paper, it looked like a perfect fit: family, mentorship, and a fresh start. But behind the scenes, whispers of nepotism began. Fans and analysts questioned whether Shiloh was there to earn his spot, or if he was just protected by his last name. Still, in 2021, Shiloh delivered his best season yet. He played in 13 games, starting 8, racking up 39 tackles, 1.5 for loss, 7 pass deflections, 2 forced fumbles, and 4 interceptions. That stat line earned him second-team All-SWAC honors, proof that he could ball when focused. But skeptics weren't convinced. The FCS level wasn't the SEC, and critics said his numbers were boosted by facing weaker competition. Others pointed out that playing for his dad might have blurred the line between discipline and favoritism. Those concerns turned out to be right on target. In 2022, Shiloh's momentum came crashing down after a brutal ACL injury that limited him to just 7 games, with 20 tackles and 1 interception. The recovery was tough, not just physically, but mentally. After that injury, the confidence that once fueled Shiloh's swagger started to crack, and from that point on, his career never truly recovered. After recovering from his ACL injury, Shiloh Sanders shocked everyone again. He hit the transfer portal one more time. The move sparked major criticism, with many saying he wasn't facing challenges, just running from them. His final stop? The University of Colorado, where his father Dion Sanders had just taken over as head coach, and his brother Shedeur was the star quarterback. It was the ultimate family reunion, but also the biggest test of Shiloh's career. Could he prove himself on the national stage, or would the bright lights and family spotlight expose his flaws? At first, everything looked like a comeback story. The 2023 season started strong. In his debut against number 17 TCU, Shiloh racked up 10 tackles in a shocking upset win that instantly made Colorado the talk of college football. Then came his breakout performance. Against Colorado State, Shiloh went off. He returned an interception 80 yards for a touchdown and forced a fumble in the same game. Those explosive plays had fans saying, "He's got prime DNA." Over 11 starts that year, he stacked up 70 tackles, an interception, 3 pass deflections, a fumble recovery, and 4 forced fumbles. It was easily the best stretch of his college career. But the high didn't last long. The 2024 season told a different story. His numbers dipped. 55 tackles, 2 for loss, 1 sack, 1 deflection, 1 fumble recovery, which he did return for a touchdown, and 1 forced fumble. Solid on paper, but nowhere near the impact of the year before. Even worse, the same attitude problems that had haunted him since high school began creeping back. Teammates noticed frustration boiling over in practices and post-game interviews. And then came October 12, 2024, the night everything unraveled. Facing Kansas State, Shiloh looked completely lost. Star running back DJ Giddens torched him for 182 rushing yards, breaking tackles and leaving Shiloh spinning on highlight reels. One viral clip showed Giddens faking him out so badly that fans joked Shiloh's ankles were still on the field. That play became the symbol of Shiloh's struggles. All talent, all potential, but still undone by the same old problems. Ego, inconsistency, and frustration when things went wrong. What really set fans off after that Kansas State game wasn't just Shiloh Sanders' missed tackles. It was yet another late hit on DJ Giddens, one that looked downright dangerous. Viewers called it reckless and unnecessary. And by that point, the pattern was too obvious for N.F.L. scouts to ignore. Even his father, Deion Sanders, didn't hold back this time. His post-game take was cold and real. He called Shiloh's performance horrible and said the rust from injury couldn't excuse what they'd seen. It was a moment that exposed just how far Shiloh's game and focus had fallen. When draft season rolled around in 2025, the results were brutal. Despite his famous name and athletic bloodline, no team drafted him. N.F.L. scouts saw too many red flags, inconsistent tackling, poor discipline, and a history that screamed liability. The snub stung hard. In what he called a joke but felt a little too real, Shiloh even fired his dad as his agent and hired powerhouse rep Drew Rosenhaus to clean up his image and rescue his career. Eventually, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers took a gamble, signing him to a 3-year, $2.5 million deal. Big money for an undrafted player. But even that came with strings attached. The team was testing whether they could fix what everyone else had given up on. Head coach Todd Bowles, known for his discipline-first approach, believed maybe he could mold Shiloh into something special. But it didn't take long for reality to hit. Across 3 preseason games, Shiloh managed just 4 solo tackles and 1 quarterback hit, failing to secure even a backup role behind stars like Antoine Winfield Jr. He was fighting for a final roster spot against hungry players like Kayvon Merriweather and Rashad Wisdom, and the gap in consistency was obvious. That's where the tragedy of Shiloh Sanders really comes into focus. This wasn't a case of someone who never got a chance. It was someone who had every chance and still found ways to blow it. Born into wealth, fame, and access, coached by some of the best in the game and handed opportunity after opportunity, Shiloh's downfall was completely self-inflicted. Even after his NFL release, Deion stood by him publicly, calling for faith and patience. But privately, people couldn't ignore how the family still dodged accountability. Every time something went wrong, there was always an excuse, always a spin. In the end, Shiloh's story became bigger than football. It became a mirror for modern sports culture. It showed how nepotism, entitlement, and lack of discipline can ruin even the most gifted athletes. In a league that now values character as much as talent, Shiloh's record of violence, denial, and poor choices made him unemployable. The painful truth? The son of prime time proved that not even the biggest name in sports can save you from yourself. If you like this video, check out the next ones on your screen for more wild sports breakdowns.
Around the edge, he ran a stunt with Nick Herbig, which got him free. Wow, interesting at the end of that play.
I'm just saying, I think he is what he is. He's too small. His deep balls sail. I thought he was athletic. He looks slow. He does not look athletic. There's nothing extra. There's no juice. This will be the offense with Dillon Gabriel. This is what it's going to be. We have to be at least threaten the defense deep.
This is who Kevin wanted, though. That's the thing. Like, this is Kevin's guy. I get so frustrated watching it because, a lot of times we feel like, oh, they're trying to stick a, square peg into a round hole and all this stuff. Not now. He was handpicked by this regime as the number 2 guy on their draft board.
Cleveland's seen bad football before, but this was a straight up disaster. What went down Sunday night wasn't just a loss. It was a live, coast-to-coast humiliation. The kind that burns into a team's reputation and leaves fans embarrassed to wear their jerseys. When the dust finally settled from that mess of an offense, one name was on everyone's lips: Dillon Gabriel. 50 pass attempts for barely 220 yards, no touchdowns, no spark, no leadership, just panic throws, scared checkdowns, and the kind of collapse that makes coaches lose sleep.
Times and barely got 200 yards. I actually don't know how that's even possible. Let me show you some throws he made that were concerning, because originally I thought he could spark this offense, but that is now out the door as he is Jerry Jeudy and David Njoku literally scared of his passes. So there's debates on hospital balls, right? Like, this throw to Njoku was going to get him hit, no doubt, but it was actually well placed and he held on. The thing is though, that gets in his receivers' minds, as we saw Njoku later in the drive give up on a ball over the middle, and he even started dropping passes. Gabriel threw him one ball that was almost picked, when in reality it went right through Njoku's hands. Jerry Jeudy had a similar situation where he catches a ball in the middle, takes a hit, and a few plays later he sees another pass like it and gives up. That's the concerning point, when his top 2 targets aren't trusting his anticipation. Gabriel made a handful of bad passes in this game, as I saw at least 3 should-be interceptions that he got away with. But I'm also not going to lie to you and say he was straight up horrible, because for his second start in the league, he had some good balls, but it was tough when his receivers were dropping passes and a ton of offensive line breakdowns. Not sure if we're going to see a lot better if Shador is out there.
The whole country watched it happen in real time, as Shedeur Sanders, the quarterback fans actually wanted, stood on the sideline watching it all fall apart. Fans are going wild online, players are whispering behind closed doors, and the coaches? They're cracking under the pressure. The Browns are pretending everything's fine, standing frozen in chaos, hoping this storm just blows over. But it won't. This isn't just a quarterback issue anymore. It's a full-on meltdown of the franchise. A fan base that's sick of excuses, a locker room that's one bad week away from mutiny, and a controversy that's now exploded into a full-blown rebellion. And it all started with that game, the one that even had the Steelers laughing on the sideline. That Pittsburgh matchup wasn't a rough night at the office. It was an implosion on national television. Gabriel dropped back 50 times. 50. That's not coaching strategy, that's pure desperation. And what did he deliver with all that? A flat 220 yards, 0 touchdowns, and not a single throw that said, "I belong here." You could see the fear on every snap. 3rd and long, dump it short. Blitz coming, panic toss to the flats. He didn't even try to test Pittsburgh's defense. They ran basic looks, dared him to throw deep, and he still wouldn't. Over and over again, he folded before the play even began.
Dillon Gabriel is a hilarious quarterback. Dillon Gabriel is a hilarious quarterback. Look at this play.
Cleveland didn't just lose that night, they got exposed. The crowd knew it. The booth knew it. The Steelers definitely knew it. By the fourth quarter, Pittsburgh's defense wasn't even pretending to be respectful anymore. They were laughing, pointing, and mocking right there on national TV. One defensive back was even caught on camera shaking his head and saying, "This dude's scared." That's how bad it got. Professional athletes clowning Cleveland's offense in real time, and honestly, they weren't wrong. Browns fans didn't just witness a bad game. They watched faith vanish right before their eyes. The stadium emptied in disgust, but the real explosion didn't happen on the field. It happened online. The second the final whistle blew, Twitter turned into a full-blown riot zone. Fans weren't reacting, they were revolting. Deion Gabriel's name shot up the trending list nationwide, and not for anything good. The memes came in like missiles. One viral post showed him photoshopped onto a practice squad card with the caption, "Finally found his level." Another compared his stat line to Brandon Whedon, and Whedon actually looked better. That's how low it sank. Then the floodgates opened even wider. Bench Gabriel started trending in Cleveland, while Start Shedeur blew up across the entire NFL community. Browns fan accounts dropped ruthless clips of wide-open receivers Deion ignored all night long. One tweet racked up 47,000 likes overnight, screaming, "We traded Joe Flacco for this? Start Shedeur Sanders before the season dies." And it only got darker from there. Fans dropped film breakdowns, savage edits, and stat charts that turned Deion into a living meme. Cleveland's own supporters were roasting him harder than any defense ever could. Some started posting countdown graphics, not for kickoff, but for when Shador would finally replace him. Reddit threads exploding. People were writing like the team was falling apart before their eyes. "This isn't bad quarterback play, this is sabotage," one post screamed. Another fumed, "If Stfansky keeps this clown at quarterback, he's asking to get fired." You could feel the fury spreading. This wasn't just frustration anymore. It was a movement. A total, public rejection of Deion Gabriel as QB1. But the scariest part? That rage didn't stay online. It started bleeding into the locker room, creeping into real life. What began as fan outrage was turning into something way more dangerous. A locker room rebellion ready to explode. It's not just the fans anymore. The Browns' locker room is cracking wide open. The tension is thick, and players are straight up fed up. The linemen are losing it, blocking their hearts out for nothing, while watching Deion Gabriel dump the ball off in 2 seconds flat. One veteran reportedly snapped and shouted, "Why are we blocking if he won't even throw?" You can feel the frustration boiling over. The receivers aren't any calmer either. They're burning defenders downfield, running perfect routes, wide open, and Gabriel still won't pull the trigger. After the game, one wideout was heard yelling, "Why are we even calling deep shots?" That wasn't just frustration, that was rage. But the real explosion came after the final whistle. A defensive captain went straight up to Gabriel in the locker room and confronted him face to face. Voices got raised, teammates had to step in, and things nearly got physical. Stfansky tried to downplay it, saying nothing happened, but insiders swear it absolutely did. The truth? That locker room's lost faith in Gabriel, and once that happens, it's over, period. Meanwhile, Shedeur Sanders' name is getting louder every single day inside the facility. Players have seen him work, his arm strength, his composure, his quick reads. It's all there. They believe he's already the better quarterback, and now they're saying it out loud. Multiple veterans have even gone to Stfansky directly, pushing for a change. Reports say the offensive coordinator agrees. Shador gives them the better shot. Even some position coaches are quietly admitting Gabriel's struggles can't be fixed. But Stfansky? He's unmoved. No matter how bad it gets, he keeps backing Gabriel, and nobody can figure out why. Is it pride? Politics? Fear of admitting they drafted the wrong guy? Whatever it is, it's driving the team insane. Everyone can see it. Fans, players, analysts. It's clear as day to everyone except the man who could actually fix it. And Shador? He's not sulking, not complaining. He's locked in, waiting for his chance. Players notice it. They talk about it. Some have even said privately, he's the spark this team needs, period. But every week, he stays benched. That spark just gets hotter, waiting to ignite. The anger isn't dying down, it's spreading. Now the national media is jumping in, and they're tearing the Browns apart piece by piece. The team tried to keep this chaos in-house, hush it up, and calm the fire. But that cover-up didn't even last 24 hours. By Monday morning, every major sports show in America was roasting Cleveland on live TV, and they were relentless. Stephen A. Smith came out swinging. This is coaching malpractice. Everyone with eyes knows Shedeur Sanders gives you a better shot to win. So what is Stfansky doing? And shockingly, Skip Bayless, usually his rival, agreed. I've watched Shedeur since Colorado, he said. The kid's got real N.F.L. tools. Meanwhile, Dillon Gabriel looks completely overwhelmed. Colin Cowherd didn't sugarcoat it either. He broke it down cold. There's a legit quarterback on that bench, and Cleveland's tanking their own season out of pure stubbornness. Even Robert Griffin III jumped in on Twitter. You throw it 50-plus times and get 220 yards with 0 TDS. That's not an offense. That's a meltdown. The receipts just kept piling up. Podcasts were dissecting Gabriel's tape frame by frame, exposing every missed throw, every wide-open receiver ignored. Twitter turned brutal, with clips going viral and captions calling Cleveland QB blind and wasting a playoff roster. The narrative was shifting fast, from disappointment to pure mockery. But the hardest hit came from a former Browns quarterback who told a reporter off the record, "Everyone in that building knows Shador should be starting, but the coach is too scared to admit he was wrong." That line hit like a bombshell. The media isn't just criticizing anymore. They're clowning this team. The Browns have officially become the league's biggest quarterback joke. Yet Stfansky stands at the podium every week, repeating the same tired line. Dillon gives us the best chance to win. But come on, nobody's buying that anymore. After that humiliating Steelers loss, one brave reporter finally asked the question the whole country's been shouting. Have you considered starting Shedeur Sanders, given the offense's struggles? The room went silent. Everyone waited for an answer, but Stfansky just stared, knowing that whatever he said next could decide his entire season. Stfansky's response? Dillon gives us the best chance to win. That single line broke the internet. Within minutes, fans were turning it into pure comedy gold. One clip got edited with a laugh track, another one looped it over circus music. Dozens of Browns podcasts replayed it like a running joke, mocking it like it was part of a late-night sketch. Because here's the truth, nobody believes that line anymore. Behind closed doors, the front office is reportedly getting nervous. Insiders say Stfansky's decisions are being driven by ego, not evidence. Some believe he's too stubborn to admit the Gabriel experiment is a bust, while others think he's scared of the backlash that comes with admitting failure. Either way, the outcome's the same. A head coach who looks completely out of touch with reality. Even rival N.F.L. coaches are whispering off the record, questioning his judgment. And when that starts happening, it's not just a hot seat, it's a countdown clock. Stfansky isn't just losing games anymore. He's losing the locker room, the fan base, and now, the respect of the league. All while the answer, the solution, Shedeur Sanders, sits rotting on the bench. At this point, it's no longer about football mechanics or stats. This has turned into a fan rebellion, and it's got a face, Shedeur Sanders. The second Dillon Gabriel's Steelers meltdown hit social media, Cleveland fans mobilized like never before. And this wasn't random rage, it was organized chaos. Thousands of Browns fans changed their profile pictures to Shedeur's face. Reddit threads popped up with guides on how to mass tag the team's official accounts. X, went wild. Trending hashtags exploded across timelines. Hashtag start Shedeur, hashtag Gabriel gotta go, hashtag let Shedeur cook. Even fan-run podcasts dropped emergency episodes, tearing apart game film, mocking Dillon's stats, and calling out the front office directly by name. One viral video racked up over 500,000 views overnight, titled, "This is Coaching Malpractice, the case for starting Shedeur Sanders now." The creativity didn't stop there. Fans started designing fake missing person posters, with Dillon's face in the middle under the headline, "Missing Browns Offense." Others went full parody, dropping mock campaign ads for Shedeur for QB1, complete with dramatic music and fake endorsements. This wasn't a few trolls stirring the pot. This was the majority of the Browns fan base, united behind one demand: start Shedeur Sanders, or burn the season down trying. Stfansky might still believe it's his decision to make, but at this point, the people have spoken. If he keeps dragging his feet much longer, he won't have to make the call, because the fans will make it for him. This is what cuts the deepest. The Browns finally built something real, something special. An elite defense, ranked among the best in the league, a rock-solid offensive line, stacked weapons at receiver and tight end, and even the special teams finally clicking for once. Everything was lined up perfectly for a run, except one thing. The same thing that's haunted Cleveland for decades: quarterback play. But this time, it's not about a lack of talent. It's about a stubborn choice. A choice that's strangling this team from the inside out. The defense is out there dominating, putting on masterclasses every week, only to watch all their effort crumble under an offense that looks terrified to move the ball. The offense isn't injured, it's paralyzed by fear. And Coach Stfansky? He's standing there on the sideline, arms crossed, watching it all fall apart like it's someone else's problem. This team could win the division, they could make a playoff run, but that window's closing fast. And it's not because they're being outplayed, it's because they're too scared to evolve. Every week that passes without a change is another nail in Cleveland's season. And Shedeur Sanders? He's the spark waiting to light this whole thing back up. He's the one guy who could flip the script instantly. But with every game he stays benched, that chance fades further away. The Browns aren't being beaten by better teams. They're being beaten by their own refusal to change. Every snap Dillon Gabriel takes pushes this franchise closer to collapse. The defense is elite, the weapons are ready, and the fans, they're begging for a switch. And there's Shedeur, cool, focused, and ready, just waiting for his shot. Yet Stfansky won't move an inch, and nobody can figure out why. Gabriel isn't just struggling anymore. He's holding the whole franchise hostage. The locker room knows it. The league sees it. And with every game this continues, Stfansky's credibility disappears faster than Cleveland's playoff hopes. Start Shedeur Sanders now, or accept another wasted season and another locker room lost. Make sure to like, subscribe to America's Hidden Gold channel, because this story isn't slowing down, it's just getting louder.
war zurückzustecken. Du hast gesagt, er hat ein paar Nummer 1 Wiederholungen bekommen. Stimmt das mit deinem Dirty?
Nein. Ich meine, bei einem jungen Quarterback, bei dem Dylan in der Startelf steht, willst du sicherstellen, dass er viele Wiederholungen bekommt. Anders ist es bei einem Veteranen wie Joe, würde ich sagen, Tony, der aber trotzdem Wiederholungen bekommt und eine Menge.
Er arbeitet hart und lernt wirklich jeden Tag, jede Woche dazu. Er macht einen guten Job, holt jeden Tag das Beste aus jedem Einzelnen heraus und fühlt sich mit dem System immer wohler. Ich denke, als Quarterbacks zählen wir nicht die Spielzüge, wir lassen die Spielzüge zählen. Egal welche Spielzüge wir bekommen. Wir sind dankbar dafür und lassen sie einfach zählen. Ob gegen die Verteidigungsreihe oder Baldwin, Wallace, JBs, jeder Kampf, den wir als Quarterbacks haben, verwandelt sich in
das Trainingslager der Browns, das sich in eine ausgewachsene Reality-Show verwandelt hat. Und rate mal, wer im Mittelpunkt steht. Shedeur Sanders. Und glaubt mir, das Rampenlicht ist glühend heiß. Gerüchten zufolge ist der Quarterback-Trainer völlig ausgerastet, nachdem Kevin Stfansky entschieden hat, dass Shedeur sich lieber auf die Größe konzentrieren soll, anstatt sie selbst zu sein.
Schon wieder richtig? Seht ihr, Shedeur Sanders wurde sabotiert. Das wissen wir doch alle. Ich habe euch das schon Jahre im Voraus gesagt, aber ich schätze, ich bin derjenige, der den Verstand verloren hat. Aber ich habe euch bewiesen, dass Shedeur nicht nur sabotiert wurde, sondern dass er seine Pflicht bewusst verletzt hat. Das heißt, die Trainer sind hierher gekommen, um Shedeur loszuwerden und
Jetzt liegt auf dem Trainingsgelände von Cleveland die Luft voller Spannungen, Getuschel von der Seitenlinie und dem unverkennbaren Geruch eines sich anbahnenden Bürgerkriegs unter den Quarterbacks. Hat Stfansky wirklich den falschen Sanders angestupst? Denn das könnte der wildeste Zusammenbruch der Browns seit der Johnny Manziel-Saga werden und das ist erst das Trainingslager. Und bitte klickt auf den Abonnieren-Button. Ich bin meinem Ziel von 1000 Abonnenten so nah. Bill Musgrave hat nicht nur für Wirbel gesorgt, er hat die ganze Sache in Brand gesetzt.
Browns Quarterback-Trainer ist gezwungen, sein Schweigen zu brechen und zuzugeben, dass alle Quarterbacks Quarterback-Trainingseinheiten mit dem Scout-Team bekommen. Wie ich euch die ganze Woche erzählt habe, kommen viele Informationen über das Training der Cleveland Browns ans Licht. Und das heißt, dass Shedeur Sanders keine Quarterback-Scout-Einheiten bekommt, Bro. Und ich bin hier, um euch zu sagen, dass er das nicht bekommt. Jetzt hat sich Quarterback-Trainer Bill Musgrave in die Sache eingemischt. Denn er hat vor wenigen Augenblicken mit Reportern gesprochen und im Grunde erklärt, dass alle Quarterbacks hier einen Scout bekommen. So.
Der Mann kam durch und hat den Quarterback-Raum der Browns mit Worten abgefackelt, die Brandspuren vom Lake Erie bis zu den Wänden der Umkleidekabine hinterlassen haben. Und seien wir ehrlich, das war nicht nur ein harmloser Kommentar des Trainers. Es war eine ausgewachsene Rebellion des Quarterbacks, getarnt als Feedback, sein Ziel. Kevin Stfansky, der ruhige, höfliche Cheftrainer, der es irgendwie schafft, sein elektrisierendes Talent zu ignorieren, während er lächelt, als wäre alles in Ordnung. Alles begann, als sich das Trainingslager der Browns immer weniger nach Football und mehr nach den echten Quarterbacks von Cleveland anfühlte. Stfansky, in all seinem sogenannten Football-Genie, entschied, dass Dillon Gabriel jedes Spiel der ersten Mannschaft für sich beanspruchen sollte wie ein Kind, das sein Lieblingsspielzeug umklammert.
Dass Shedeur Sanders Spielzeit von den Scouts erhält. Sad. Offiziell ist der Offensive Quarterback Coach der Cleveland Browns, Musgrave, der neulich eine Pressekonferenz abhielt, in der er diese Situation ansprach, die von ESPN Radio Tony G. verbreitet wurde. Nun, ich verspreche euch, das ist passiert. Andrew Barry, der GM der Cleveland Browns, hörte und sah diesen Bericht und ging zu Kevin Sanson, um ihn einem seiner Mitarbeiter mitzuteilen und diese Aussage zu widerlegen.
Währenddessen blieb Shedeur Sanders, der am meisten gehypte Rookie, den Cleveland gesehen hatte, seit die Leute immer noch glaubten, Baker Mayfield sei der Auserwählte, am Spielfeldrand hängen und schaute zu wie ein Ersatzspieler bei einer Broadway-Show. Und da verlor Bill Musgrave die Fassung. Der Quarterback-Trainer war nicht nur anderer Meinung, er wurde wütend. Musgrave kam mit aller Macht daher und sagte im Grunde, Shador könne es mit jeder Herausforderung aufnehmen. Erstes Team, zweites Team oder sogar eine Horde wütender Linebacker, die mit bösen Absichten auf ihn zustürmten. Eines machte er klar: Shador ist nicht nur bereit, er ist überqualifiziert. Dieser Mann hat sich abgerackert, als würde er sich auf den Super Bowl vorbereiten, während das Trainerteam ihn wie einen Sommerpraktikanten behandelt, der auf eine Chance auf einen richtigen Job hofft. Musgrave bürgte nicht nur für Shadors Einsatz. Er ließ es so klingen, als würde Stfansky ein Footballverbrechen begehen, indem er ihn auf die Bank setzte.
Leute, ich bin hier, um euch zu sagen, Bill Musgrave, Quarterback-Trainer. Der Cleveland Browns versucht, alle Gerüchte aus der Welt zu schaffen und die Wahrheit über Shedeur Sanders und seine Verfügbarkeit bei den Trainingseinheiten der Cleveland Browns ans Licht zu bringen. Wir haben jetzt alle möglichen Berichte und all diese Insider, die all diese Informationen erhalten, sie veröffentlichen. Und wir reden darüber. Wir wissen, dass der langjährige ESPN-Moderator aus Cleveland, Tony Rizzo, sich sehr lautstark darüber geäußert hat, wie sie mit Shedeur Sanders in Cleveland umgehen. Und Tony Rizzo gräbt tief, schon. Und Tony Rizzo will einfach nur antworten, wie alle anderen auch. Wird Shedeur Sanders in die erste Mannschaft kommen?
Heißt, Shador hat das Camp mit präzisen Pässen, unerschütterlicher Gelassenheit, raketenartiger Armstärke und einem ruhigen, aber selbstbewussten Auftreten, das die Energie eines Quarterbacks ausstrahlt, aufgemischt. Alles, was man sich von einem Franchise-Quarterback wünscht, nur heißt er nicht Dillon Gabriel. Und das scheint das Problem zu sein. Seien wir ehrlich, bei diesem Drama geht es nicht nur um Trainingseinheiten. Es geht ums Ego. Es geht um Politik. Es geht um einen Cheftrainer, der allergisch darauf zu sein scheint, zuzugeben, dass er seinen eigenen Kader möglicherweise falsch eingeschätzt hat. Denn wenn dein Offensivkoordinator anfängt, so zu klingen, als wäre er bereit, diesen Kampf auf das Quarterback-Feld zu tragen, dann braut sich in Cleveland ein Sturm zusammen. Musgrave beließ es nicht bei Er ist bereit. Oh nein, er schaltete auf Motivationsredner um. Der Mann fing an, Shedeur Sanders anzupreisen, als wäre er die Wiedergeburt eines Footballstars. Er schrie über die wahnsinnige Arbeitsmoral des Jungen, seinen irren Antrieb und diese eiskalte Energie in seinen Adern, die auch unter Druck niemals nachlässt. Man konnte sich praktisch vorstellen, wie Stfansky durch sein Headset schwitzte, während Musgrave über Shador redete, als würde er einen Football-Messias beschreiben. Er beschrieb die Szene so: Shador wacht um 4 Uhr morgens, aufstemmt Gewichte, studiert Filme, meditiert und versucht vielleicht sogar persönlich den jahrzehntelangen Quarterback-Fluch der Browns noch vor dem Frühstück zu beenden. Währenddessen wirft Dillon Gabriel da drüben einfache Pässe, als würde er mit verbundenen Augen Darts spielen. Im Camp heißt es, Shador habe jedes einzelne Training in ein Highlight-Video verwandelt.
Evan ist immer noch derselbe Trainer wie vor 2 Jahren. Alle dachten, er sei schlechter als Flacco 2000 Yards warf und er einen Receiver und einen Tight End hatte, die den Ball fangen konnten. Also ging ich zurück. Trainer des Jahres. Und ich will Kevin nicht verteidigen. Ich habe das ganze Jahr über gesagt, wenn ihr feuern wollt, werde ich nicht dagegen ankämpfen. Es gibt genug Beweise dafür. Wenn ihr ihn feuern wollt, ich denke nur, dass das Problem in dieser Organisation viel tiefer sitzt. Den Cheftrainer zu feuern, das wie ein Pflaster auf den Kopf zu kleben, das wird nichts ändern. Es wird nichts ändern. Ihn sollte man feuern. Aber ihn nicht zu feuern, wird das Problem auch nicht ändern. Aber hier ist der Punkt. Aber Quatsch, wie Jay sagt, wir sind höher verdorben, als wenn
er sich für die Hall of Fame bewirbt, bevor er überhaupt einen richtigen NFL-Snap gemacht hat. Und Musgrave spricht im Grunde die Absurdität aus und sagt, du willst mir sagen, dass der Typ, der wie ein Navy Seal trainiert, nicht ein einziges Mal in der ersten Mannschaft spielt? Diese Zeile schlug ein wie ein Schlag ins Gesicht. Stfansky hingegen behandelt Gabriels Selbstvertrauen weiterhin, als wäre es ein zerbrechliches Kunstwerk in einem Museum.
Mit Vorsicht behandeln, keine plötzlichen Bewegungen.
Währenddessen verbrennt Shador hier draußen das Tageslicht und wartet auf seine Chance zu beweisen, dass er der Richtige ist. Und Sansks Verteidigung, die ist unbezahlbar. Er behauptet, das alles sei Teil eines Entwicklungsplans. Ihr wisst schon, die Art von Plan, der irgendwie nur einen Spieler weiterentwickelt, während der andere auf der Bank sitzt und Geduld und Demut lernt. Seien wir ehrlich, Stfansky will nicht, dass irgendjemand sein glänzendes Lieblingsspielzeug Dillon Gabriel anfasst. Selbst wenn das bedeutet, denjenigen zu bremsen, der vielleicht tatsächlich Spiele gewinnt. Denn stellt euch das Chaos vor, wenn Shador endlich seine Chance bekäme und den sogenannten Auserwählten ausstechen würde. Stfansky müsste sich dann der karrierebestimmenden Wahrheit stellen, dass der Rookie nicht nur ein Hype ist, sondern besser und kein NFL-Trainer will so etwas. Musgraves Reaktion sagte alles. Er spielt keine Politik, er spielt auf Leistung.
Genau das, was Bill Musgrave zu sagen hatte. Und außerdem stach heraus, als er sagte, dass alle seine Ersatz-Quarterbacks im Scout-Team O seien. Ich würde sagen, das ist ein bisschen anders. Es ist aufregend, weil Jungs stolz darauf sind, die Verteidigung vorzubereiten. Sie wollen die Offensive des Gegners gut imitieren. Gleichzeitig wollen sie versuchen, jeden Spielzug zu nutzen, um unseren Spielplan für diese Woche zu erfüllen.
Er ist also im Grunde der eine Kollege, der in einem Meeting endlich ausrastet und ausspricht, was alle hinter verschlossenen Türen getuschelt haben. Und es wurde höchste Zeit, dass mal jemand das tut. Stfanskys Bevorzugung ist ja keine echte Neuigkeit. Bill Musgrave hat sich bloß dazu entschieden, das Ganze im Stadion an die große Glocke zu hängen. Und jetzt hat die ganze Situation dazu geführt, dass Browns-Fans sich in ausgewachsene Detektive verwandeln. Alle sezieren jede Sekunde des Trainingslagermaterials, als wäre es der Zapruder-Film. Habt ihr diese Spirale gesehen? Diese Taschenbewegung, dieses Timing? Fans schauen sich die Clips immer wieder an, als würden sie ein nationales Rätsel lösen. Das PR-Team der Browns braucht nach dieser Geschichte wahrscheinlich eine Woche im Spa, denn Musgrave musste nichts übertreiben.
Reden wir über den Wirbel um Shedeur Sanders und was in der Organisation der Browns vor sich geht. Es gibt Berichte über Gerüchte und ganze Situationen, die nach Teampolitik riechen, wie ich euch schon erzählt habe. Und wenn euch Shadors Karriere am Herzen liegt und er euch am Herzen liegt, dann müsst ihr euch das anhören. Ich bin nicht hier, um Verschwörungstheorien zu spinnen. Ich bin hier, um die Teeblätter zu lesen, den Klatsch mit dem Tee, wie man so schön sagt. Mehrere Quellen und Insider haben das Gleiche gesagt wie ich. Shador wurde nicht wie der Franchise-Quarterback behandelt, der er sein könnte. Stattdessen gab es Bevorzugungen, gemischte Botschaften vom Personal und eine Kultur, die es dem Jungen schwerer macht.
Shedeur Sanders harte Arbeit sagt mehr als alle Gerüchte. Während einige Spieler die Tage bis zur Vorsaison herunterzählen, zählt Shador die Abschlüsse, die Wurzeln und die Möglichkeiten, wie er diesem Trainerteam das Gegenteil beweisen kann. Der Mann arbeitet, als hätte er einen persönlichen Rachefeldzug gegen die Mittelmäßigkeit. Stfansky denkt vielleicht, er würde Geduld lehren, aber in Wirklichkeit kreiert er nur die perfekten Höhepunkte für den Moment, in dem Shador endlich die Macht übernimmt. Und seien wir ehrlich, diese Machtübernahme könnte viel früher kommen, als Stfansky geplant hat. Die Risse in seinem sogenannten Masterplan werden langsam sichtbar. Die Medien bekommen Wind davon. Analysten tuscheln hinter den Kulissen. Und die Fans tuscheln nicht, sie schreien. Sie schreien. Sogar die Cleveland-Insiderin Mary Kay Catt, eine der angesehensten Stimmen der Stadt, schaltete sich in den Sturm ein. Und das tat sie nicht ohne Grund. Nachdem sie Shadors messerscharfe Präzision im Training beobachtet hatte, krönte sie ihn praktisch sofort zum Quarterback 1. Sie hob seine Genauigkeit, die sauberen Armwinkel, seine Gelassenheit unter Druck und seine absolute Beherrschung des Spielfelds hervor. Im Grunde alles, was ein Trainer bemerken sollte, bevor er die halbe Fangemeinde verprellt.
Shedeur Sanders wird nicht so schnell verschwinden, denn es scheint, als gäbe es jeden Tag, jeden Morgen, jeden Nachmittag und jeden Abend etwas Neues, worüber man reden könnte. Aber heute Morgen bei Unsportsmanlike Chris Canty hatte einiges über Kevin Stfansky zu sagen, denn im Grunde genommen hat Chris Canty eine Retourkutsche gemacht und Kevin Stfansky bei einer Lüge ertappt und ihn im nationalen Fernsehen für die Lügen, die er über Shador erzählt hat, bloßgestellt.
Ihr Urteil war brutal, aber ehrlich. Dillon Gabriel mag in Ordnung sein, aber Shador ist anders. Seine Würfe treffen nicht nur ins Schwarze, sie schneiden durch die Verteidigung wie Skalpelle. Und wenn ein Rookie unter Druck solche Pässe machen kann, ist das kein potenzielles Gesprächsthema mehr. Darauf können wir uns dann nicht mehr freuen. Und die Klügste, Mary Kay, hat es nicht beschönigt. Sie sagte ganz offen, dass es kein realistisches Szenario gibt, in dem Dillon Gabriel Shador aussticht. Nicht bei Übungen in der Red Zone, nicht bei Pocket-Übungen, nicht einmal an seinem besten Tag mit Rückenwind. Man kann die Ausreden praktisch wie eine kaputte Schallplatte hören. Die Receiver ließen Pässe fallen. Das Timing war schlecht. Es ist noch früh im Camp. Na klar, Kevin, erzähl die Geschichte einfach weiter. Doch selbst die loyalsten Verteidiger von Dillon Gabriel verlieren langsam den Glauben. Der erfahrene Sportspieler Tony G. aus Cleveland, der noch nie für sein großes Geschwätz bekannt war, hat endlich ausgesprochen, was alle anderen ihm zuflüsterten. Es ist eine Enttäuschung. Dillon sollte die ruhige Hand, der präzise Passgeber und der Anführer sein, der die Offensive stabilisieren konnte. Stattdessen verfehlt er offene Ziele, als würde er auf Geister zielen.
Ist an diesem Wochenende noch der zweitgrößte aktive Quarterback?
Nun, zuerst einmal muss ich euch sagen, dass uns der Joe-Trade überrascht hat. Das war nichts, was wir kommen sahen. Sie haben uns angerufen. Nein, das ist sehr schnell passiert und ist noch nicht allzu lange her. Naja, wir arbeiten also immer noch an allen Kaderfragen. Ich muss immer auf unsere Spieler und ihre Entwicklung achten. Ich möchte immer das tun, was das Beste für unser Spiel ist.
Jeder Wurf, der nicht aufs Tor geht, ist ein weiteres Zeichen dafür, dass Stfanskys Loyalität vielleicht doch nicht stimmt. Tony beschönigte es auch nicht. Er sagte, Dillons Rhythmus sei weg und diese ständigen Fehlzündungen würden den gesamten Offensivfluss ruinieren. Denn wenn dein Quarterback nicht ins Schwarze trifft, kann deine Offensive nicht vorankommen. Und wenn die Offensive sich nicht bewegen kann, wird das ganze Spiel ausatmen. Stellt euch jetzt Stfansky vor, mit verschränkten Armen und Pokerface, der so tut, als wäre dieses Chaos Teil einer 4D-Schachstrategie. In Wirklichkeit ist es eher ein schlechter Bluff, den alle bereits durchschaut haben. Die ganze Umkleidekabine kann das erkennen, aber Stfansky verdoppelt trotzdem weiter. Währenddessen sitzt Musgraves am anderen Ende des metaphorischen Tisches und sieht aus, als wäre er nur noch eine Sekunde davon entfernt, ihn komplett umzudrehen. Das ist nicht mehr nur eine Übungsmeinung, es ist ein Kampf um Glaubwürdigkeit. Musgraves unterstützt Shedeur Sanders wie ein Mann, der die Zukunft gesehen hat und genau weiß, wie sie endet. Stfansky hält jedoch an einer Entscheidung fest, die zunehmend persönlicher als professioneller Natur ist. Und jetzt kommt der verrückte Teil. Trotz all des Drucks, des Medienrummels und der Politik ist Shador derjenige, der auftaucht und wie der einzige Erwachsene im Raum wirkt. Musgrave sorgte dafür, dass das auch jeder bemerkte und lobte Shadors natürliche Führungsstärke, sein stilles Selbstvertrauen und seine Fähigkeit, echt zu bleiben. Keine gespielten Reden, keine einstudierten Soundbites, einfach nur pure, rohe Authentizität in einer Liga voller medientrainierter Roboter. Und genau deshalb fühlt sich dieser Quarterback-Kampf weniger wie ein Wettbewerb an, sondern eher wie eine Revolution, die nur darauf wartet, zu passieren. Musgrave hat im Grunde allen gesagt, dass Shedeur Sanders nichts ändern muss, weil der beste Anführer derjenige ist, der sich nicht entschuldigt. Taco. Und ehrlich gesagt, das ist erfrischend. Während die meisten Trainer davon besessen sind, Spieler zu Systemrobotern zu formen, sagt Musgraves hier, lasst den Mann kochen, kochen. Allein diese Denkweise hat Clevelands Quarterback-Debatte in einen ausgewachsenen Bürgerkrieg verwandelt. Die Ironie ist wie aus einem Film. Die Browns, ein Team, das für sein Quarterback-Chaos geradezu berühmt ist, verpflichten endlich einen jungen, talentierten Quarterback mit Haltung und Präzision und schaffen es trotzdem irgendwie, noch mehr Chaos zu stiften, während sie nur versuchen herauszufinden, was sie mit ihm tun sollen. Das ist mittlerweile wie ein Fluch. Gibt den Browns eine stabile Situation und sie werden einen Weg finden, sie zu entfachen. Musgraves verteidigt.
Albert Breer in his snippets yesterday on SI wrote, I confirm Mike Silver's report that the Browns got trade offers for Dillon Gabriel on the Saturday morning of draft weekend, which essentially confirms the interested teams were prepared to take him in the 4th.
Dillon Gabriel's job security just flew out the window faster than a fan ditching the stadium during a blowout.
Guys, we are finally back with some more Cleveland Browns training camp following their first preseason game in Carolina, and that means we got to see some more Shedeur Sanders. And man, did he look good in his first preseason action, and that means that it's time to give Shedeur more reps.
After Shedeur Sanders lit up the Panthers like he was running a